Ah, you missed it. We did it yesterday. If you want me to take the beanie off, it'll cost you 100,000 channel points. I think it's 140k, actually. You just got to show up every day and you'll get it for free. Every once in a while. Especially during the summer. It's 150,000 now? Oh, okay. Thought it was only 140. Eh. Sounds about right, though. I stream a lot. I think you can get 150k quicker than that. We've got a couple people with over 1 million. Damn, 1.4 mil. Yeah, that's crazy. I wonder what Jason Scher is up to. He's probably at 2 mil by now. When we were going through tabs. Yeah, you had me play guitar, right? Yeah, exactly. Mr. Sir, what's up, FD? Back from a week-long vacation. And hey, what's up, Frank? Welcome back. Did I play some Bach yet? Baby got Bach? No, I only play my own stuff. I know who Bach is. It was a joke. Johannes Sebastian Bach. And then there was that other dude, Sebastian Bach, that was like the metal, like hair metal band guy, right? What band was he in? Was it Winger? I don't think it was Winger. Skid Row. Okay, so yeah, let's get going. And hey, what's up, Moshiko? How you doing? Okay, so let me just double check work. Okay, so you going to sleep there, FD? Yeah, I know it's late where you're at. Yeah, get some sleep, man. Let me finish setting up the YouTube stuff. Looks like we're good there. We've done the announcement elsewhere. Yeah, we're good to go. Let me switch the screens over here. Crazy day. Yeah, no worries. Let me get my chat here. And then we should be good. This song's a little goofy, but I like it. I think it's a fun one. Okay, so yeah, we started in on trying to create the button here, but we're not seeing the button there. What's the deal, man? Interesting. So it's an oh, because we have the as child. That was it. I did not notice that yesterday. Uh, ellipsis. All right, so yeah, cool. We got logged out. Perfect. We log back in. Things are as they should be. Head back to here. Cool. All right, and then yeah, we got one thing to do here. We got the status badge, the button. This should be a div. Do something like that. Cool. Um, So I'm curious about the pending. That's like the approval, right? So yeah, like we don't have any talks associated with it. So it would have to be pending. Um, and yeah, like this list up here, we're going to add a bunch of other things too. Like basically, we want to look for talks that, or conferences that need talks, like talks needed or something. Um, yeah. Yeah, I like this so far. Okay, so then in the drop down here, right? Let me click this. We got details, edit, delete. Here's my thought. Should we just put details? Right? Like this details button can just go into here, right? I like that. Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll remove the details button. This one ends up not being a delete. This is just a, like we want to show a confirmation. But we also want to show icons for these. And I think we can do this, right? Variant destructive. And then here, this is trash. This is pencil, but as child. And then for details, what would that be? Is it just like info or something? Yeah, I like it so far. Perfect. So then, yeah, let's get rid of this button. Which means we probably don't need the wrapper anymore, right? But I do think we'll leave it just for now, just in case. So then after conference status badge, have I ever used Three.js? I haven't. Seems interesting. It's just, yeah, it's never been something I needed, because I'm more of an application dev than like a visual front end dev. Like I'd say like, you know, effects and things like that are things I'm really bad at. I'm better at like the application stuff, like state management, you know, architecture, where the data should be fetched, that kind of stuff. All right, so then this is another badge. Oh, interesting. So by making this a flex row, Oh, I like that. Ooh, but then we can't do outline. Hmm. Um, I think it's kind of funny because glassmorphism is like popular every like 4 years, which means we're fresh on the trail of new morphism coming back too, which means we should really build out that new morphism shed CN library. Someone should probably make a glassmorphism shed CN library. Is there one? Ooh, there is. Now I don't know. I haven't updated, so I have no idea. But it's interesting that it's just the this stuff. Um, how is this glassmorphic? Hey guys, I added a background. That's it. Nothing else. The buttons look the exact same. Like what the fuck? Okay. Super weird to me. I just think they messed up and they just haven't touched it in ages. Yeah, all right. Let me get more music going. Sorry. So it is behind it. I feel like there's something that's adding the black background. There you go. Dude. Okay, so Storybook broke this. But okay, that looks a lot better now. The buttons don't look any different, really. Rada, you actually think it's an improvement? I think it's just a way for them to sell newer phones because older phones are going to chug along performance-wise. I think that's what it is. And then eventually, once they've seen enough like upgrade numbers, they're going to remove it and be like, "We've improved the performance of iOS 1,000%." That's what I think's going to happen. I think it's just a shady, underhanded way of them selling more phones because newer phones are less and less needed, right? Like you could be just fine with a 14, right? A 14 versus a 17 or an 18. Who cares? Yeah, normally they improve performance by removing some shit that they did the year before. you know? That's my take on it. I could be wrong, but yes, as like an inherent skeptic, I really truly believe that the glass morphism is a way to just cause way more strain on the CPU and battery life. Yep, and if you do, you're going to notice major battery life problems. That's my prediction, but yeah, I don't plan on upgrading for a while. We'll see how long it takes before they auto upgrade me, but whatever. I don't care that much. Like, I don't live in my phone nearly as much as other people. So, yeah, other people have way stronger opinions about it than I do. What phone am I on? I just got it. It's probably a 17. Let me double check. Oh, it's a 16 Pro. So I guess this year is the year of the 17, or did I get one that was like too old? It doesn't matter to me. Like, what's the one that's gonna be announced in like in September or whatever? Is that the 17 or the 18? The 17. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to wait for that because I don't know reasons. But I needed a new phone because I was still using my ancient whatever this is, like the 5S, because technically I lost and destroyed my 14 that I had. But yeah, hold on. Let's go back to the card. Yeah, this glass morphism card looks pretty good. It's not going to be like nearly as good as like what Apple's doing because Apple is doing crazy like shader bullshit. But yeah, this is close. So yeah, you might see a resurgence in glassmorphic stuff, which I think is fine. There we go. Sorry, I just got to keep an eye on one channel here. All right, so back to what we're doing. So yeah, I just want to add a little bit of spacing. So I'm going to give the talk badge just a little bit of margin left. And we'll do MX too, just to be sure. The new spotlight features are nice. Gotcha. All right, and then here, what is it, like user? Or maybe it's megaphone? Yeah, megaphone. How do we feel about this? Pretty good? I think it looks all right. Yeah, so let's get to the modal. Yeah, all right, so we need a dialogue again. But yeah, what are the new spotlight features? I haven't seen any of that stuff. Okay, so apps are better integrated with shortcut support, sort of like Raycast, better file search, and finally clipboard history. Oh, that's nice for mobile. Clipboard history sounds huge. That's a good idea. That's a smart one on their part. Okay, so we've got this dialogue. Let's just make sure it pops up. But what we want to do is get the open and let's get some state for it. Is this a live stream? It is. Yep, for sure. Or I'm just really good at predicting that someone was going to ask this at the exact same time that you asked it. I could just be that good. Yeah, exactly. All right, timer's up. Is this a live stream? Well, I don't know. What do you think? Boom, right? Sorry, bad joke. Can I guess what? Can I guess what you will publish tomorrow? Uh, that one thing you were talking about yesterday, right? Um, it was a video about the MCP server. No. What's it a video about again? Sorry. CLI? All right. So yeah, is delete dialog open? What I think I end up wanting to do is, yeah, we're gonna create that dialog or the card again. Cardigan? The CLI with AI. Perfect. Yeah, that sounds awesome. All right. So yeah, we had a conference card at one point. That was my bad for deleting it. All right. So let me grab what we got. But yeah, that sounds great, Frank. See, I don't think I actually need the talks on this page. We'll leave that stuff for now, and we can always clean it up later. All right, so then this part. And yeah, the reason I ended up pulling this out to a card is because then this dialogue can actually focus on just the context of the card that, or of the conference that we clicked, right? Rather than having to, like, at the top level, maintain the list and, like, which card you clicked to show. Like, just an extra bit of state that we don't need. All right, so yeah, we got that back, and then we can click this, delete, and that's not doing anything because we didn't wire it up to anything. Okay, and yeah, instead of create conference, yeah, we need to wire some stuff up there in the dialog. Sorry, just double checking some stuff. Okay, so technically we can just close. We haven't actually deleted yet, but this is where we need to wire it up. Yeah, we switched from the new morphism library just because it wasn't React 18 compatible, which means it's not React 19 compatible, which means it sucks with Next.js. And yeah, they were doing a bunch of shenanigans for things like their dialogue, right? Like showing a dialogue required them doing like a find like DOM node like call, which doesn't work in Next. So we just switched to Shad CN. At some point, it'd be nice to switch over to like a a new morphism or glass morphism or some other thing that is Shad CN based, but it's outside of the scope of what we're doing right now. We do need a dialogue title. Yeah, it was basically between ditching Next.js or ditching UI neumorphism, and the fact that it wasn't even React 18 compliant meant that we were getting a lot of like red squiggles for stuff that just really didn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just dealing with all the component library BS just wasn't worth it. All right, so now we need to actually wire up the delete stuff. So that would be over in the engine, and technically the adapter, but the engine needs to call it. And that's right. We just wanted to comment this stuff. Okay, so yeah, deleting a file. How do we do that? Via the GitHub API. Here we go. All right, so it's just the path to the file. Owner and repo are part of the URL. So we see this example, and yeah, that looks good to me. So technically, our adapter here, yeah, we need delete file. There we go. So then now that's required at the adapter level, and that means that this adapter no longer is correct, right? Yep. So yeah, right after create file, maybe? Yeah. Let's see, did it just one-shot that? What else are they saying we need? Property SHA? In this app, I basically don't have any because the engine's responsible for that. So yeah, that's the tricky bit, full dev, right? Like the app we're building is actually just a proof of concept for a library that we're building. In general, I tend to use Yotai though, in like other applications I build. And we do still technically have Yotai. Um, and I'll probably end up using it for like the previous path, right? So like if you're on a page and your token expires, when you log back in, we should redirect you back to that page, right? But that might be the only global state this application will even have. Because, you know, token, nope, that's an engine responsibility or adapter responsibility. Right? Like the collections and talks, that's really the engine as well, because it's, you know, it's a collection, right? So, yeah. Like, you know, in general, this application isn't going to need much. Now, why does it say I need a SHA, though? Interesting that SHA is required. Okay. Yeah, that's new to me. Wait, why does it think this is a string? It doesn't. Oh. All right, so then that works. Okay. So then, yeah, it didn't quite one-shot it because we had to get the Shah. But other than that, I think we're good. So then here at the engine level, right? Remove from collection. Yep. Just double checking this. Yeah, that's why we got to pass the collection. Yep. All right, so then we'll return the collection items and call that good. So yeah, not quite a one-shot, but I think we should be able to delete now. So let's go back to the application. All right, so then this would be engine. Ooh, but we don't have the engine on this page? Oh, we don't have the engine in here. Ah, right. So, one thing, conference list. I don't think conference list needs to be a thing. Hey, War Inc. Oh yeah, the John Cusack movie for sure. Oh, that's why we did it that way. Right. Hmm. That's why we did that as a component. Um, it does mean we have a bit of prop drilling to do, but I think I'm okay with it. Oh, last song on the album. Let's get another one going that's a little more upbeat. Why'd you ask about War Inc? And yeah, exactly. Instead of compiling, now it's just prompting or waiting for LLM or whatever. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, dude. I saw it ages ago. I actually really like it. It's like super goofy. It does have a few weird moments, but yeah, it's a really fun movie. I'd say it's probably the last good John Cusack movie because he's made a bunch of stinkers. Yep. Like I look at it as like almost the spiritual successor of Gross Point Blank. Right? Not technically a sequel, not even closely related to being a sequel, but you know, pretty much a spiritual successor. If you haven't seen Gross Point Blank, you really need to watch it. That's I think the best John Cusack movie. I know it's crazy, right? There are some movies he really nails it in. He has a really good bit in Road to Wellville. Right, his character in Road to Wellville is really good too. All right, so we should be able to delete this thing now. Will it blend? Sell. Oh, I've never seen this. This one might actually be okay. Huh. Oh, was it bad? Okay. Yeah, I was expecting this to be pretty bad. Yeah. Ooh, hold on. So we want the drop down to be positioned or aligned via the end. Gavin DeGraw? Oh, hold on. Let me get the beanie right. Gavin DeGraw. I'm not sure who that is. I do? I'm not sure I see it, but okay. Maybe. I feel like he has like a taller head. I have more like a rounder head. That's at least like, I don't know, the part I can recognize. You never see yourself the same way other people do. And that's the first time anyone said that one. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Oh, what happened there? What? Failed to create commit. Oh, because it shouldn't be calling create commit. Yep. But also, this was the wrong place for that. Shit. So I'm glad that didn't work because we'd have to go back and rebuild it and then test it again. And hey, what's up, Fallen? How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing great. How about you? All right, so we got one flaw in the engine. Yeah, so instead of create commit, this is delete file. And delete file requires the path, which is All right, so the path here is that. All right, so we should be good now. Oh, God. Lots of issues. So hydration failed. That part I don't care about. We do have an error here. Button cannot be a descendant of button. What? I know, right? All right, so failed to delete file. It was not an unauthorized, though. Or 22 unprocessable content, which means it's not taking in the author data from the token. Invalid request message and SHA weren't supplied. Right, okay, because they need to be on the body. Yep, okay. So that's an easy enough fix. Okay. So yeah, that's actually simpler. So it will infer the user, which is good. But let's look at the button thing that it's complaining about, because that sounds weird. All right, what line was it complaining about? I think that one's fine. Okay, so drop down menu trigger. That would be probably the issue. Right? It's a button already. So that was my mistake. Oh, or I think I just want to do as child. There we go. Okay, cool. So then the next step, yes, it's in our adapter. All right, yeah, so then that should work. Will it blend? We taking bets? Hot damn! All right, so delete works. Now we just need to get edit working, and we should start doing the details page. I almost want to do the details page first. And what's up? Is it Ian or is it Lan? I'm gonna guess that's an I. Feel like we've gone over this before. But yeah, how you doing, Ian? I'm gonna say Ian for now, at least. Is there some way I can check this? Like, what if I put it here? Oh, it looks like it is an L. Okay, so Lan. Yeah. Lan Canalista. Okay. But yeah, how you doing there, Lan? What you up to? Lankana. Ah, okay. Oh, it's linked list in Serbian. Oh, that's fun. Okay. I could say Lista if that works. I just want something shorter. If I remember, I could just say Link. What's up, Link? Whatever you prefer. Totally up to you. There you go, Fallen. Okay. So, yeah, let's create a new conference. We don't have the talks on here yet. We'll need to do that. Yeah, we'll ignore the edit page for now. We do need to just create one of these so that we have some data. So this will be, I don't know, since it's happening right now, render ATL. Is today the first day? Hold on, let me just look. Oh, that's the sponsors page. 11th to 13th. Yeah, so people are like showing up today. Do they have a description? I don't want to type it. Maybe. I think the CFP started, I don't know, let's just say 01. And I think I found out by like 03/10/25. The native date time stuff, in my experience, they suck. I could be wrong. It's mainly because they suck cross-browser. Right? You have a wildly inconsistent experience for your users because every browser does it very differently. I think that was it. I don't remember. Actually, we can try it. I think it was something like that. Well, now we know it's an Next.js site. Yeah, I think Chrome does it the best. I forget what Safari's looks like. It does say Safari. Oh, interesting. So maybe they've improved. Yeah, maybe it's gotten better. Actually, that's not bad. Yeah, we'll probably do it. I don't know. It's not as essential for this proof of concept, but we should definitely do it eventually. I just think it's less important right now. So yeah, it might have gotten a lot better since the last time I looked at it, Fallen. Yeah, I feel like Safari's was the one lagging behind, but seems like they've gotten it working. And hey, what's up, Krasner? How you doing? All right, so we'll save that. Oh. Boom. All right. Cool. So we got render ATL added. We don't have any talks associated with it yet. And maybe that's just something for the edit page. No, it's fine. I think it's a good question. I think you're totally right. Yeah, it's changed. So yeah, good call. All right, so what we want to do now is head to the details page. And this is empty. We're not doing anything on the details page. So we got to fix that. Yeah, I don't care about the hydration stuff. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? We're kicking with the water, mostly. We can change it up here in a bit. But yeah, you know, maybe a little too much whiskey yesterday. But let's look at this next page. So once we get the data into this page, we'll figure out like what, like, do we want to actually do an edit like screen, or do we just want to like let individual fields be edited? But yeah, let's actually just hammer this out. I think we do want to do a card. I don't think I want to give it any of that width malarkey. Oop. All right, so conference ID comes through on params. We need to do this. Was that early 2000s? I thought it was late 90s, maybe. Right? That was the Kylie Minogue. Yeah. 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 I feel like that was like late 90s for sure. Because I feel like it was pre-Biodome. But I could be wrong. 2001. Shit, nah, you're right. I was off. So it was after Biodome. Interesting. Hmm. What was the song she did before Biodome then? Right? What was her? Wow, she's looking real old. She's still touring? Jesus. The Locomotion was hers? Oh, I forgot about that. Okay. That was the big one. That was the big one. The Locomotion was hers? I didn't know that. I feel like I should have. It played at like all the roller rinks. But damn. Okay, so she's almost 60 and she's still touring? That's crazy. That's just crazy. Oop. So why don't we see that populating? Because conference ID is undefined. Oh, that was it. Yeah, I named it wrong. All right, boom. All right, cool, 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 cool. All that good. Conference description. Sure. Let me try this real quick. They already do some styling. They do a little bit. So we can leave that part off. That looks a little weird. Is it ACID compliant? Depends on if the dev was born in the was alive during the 60s. Boom, roasted. Like, I don't know. Bad joke, bad joke. Yep. Yeah, right, exactly. Fully hallucination capable. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, so I think I still want to go back to that H1. Can we do card title as child? No. Which is fine. All right, so then beyond that, we want to do that, but not that. Oop. Yeah, I'll call that good. Card description. We'll make this a P tag. Okay, and then max width. What does MD do in this case? Yeah, I think that's okay. So then, yeah, let's look at some of the other stuff that we had generated. I wish there was like a way to go back in time here. Oh, there is. Yeah, version 1. Here we go. Yeah, something like this. Ooh, yeah, you know, I like that more. Okay, so yeah, map pin. Let's get that in there. And yeah, what's up, Array of Hope? How you doing? All right, so then here in content, let's actually start looking at what they gave us. I think visit website, we can just make that be the link thing. Evenings are so long now, it's summertime again. Yeah. I'd be happier if it was winter still. I just need to make enough money to where I can start doing winters, you know, worldwide and like travel. But we're not there yet. Ooh, yeah, I actually had a van. Like I built a bed platform and everything in it. You can actually do it super cheap. Your new meme coin. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I did mine for way less. Dude, mine was super cheap. I just got some of the cedar post boards, right? I got cedar to, get rid of bugs and stuff because bugs hate cedar. And I use those as like the platform structure, and then I just put the plywood on top. Boom. Nailed it. That was a GMC Safari, which is like a Ford Astra. It was not one of the all-wheel drive ones. The one I had before that was a Ford Econoline, and that one was nice. No, not enough for like a small kitchen inside, but you can always just prop it open and set up some tables to cook on. Wait, what do you mean by oh no? Yeah, Safaris are great, man. I do wish it was one of the all-wheel drive ones, but it never bothered me. Like I was able to get where I needed to go just fine. Yeah, but yeah, Safaris are nice. I would definitely want something bigger, like one of those like Sprinter vans. Those are nice. Yeah, no, I get it there, Ray of Hope. When I hear the word safari, I always think of that movie Death to Smoochie. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Smoochie is basically like a rhino like character modeled after Barney from like the 90s. And it's like a shady look into like the behind the scenes of how like terrible like children's entertainers are. And one of the characters is Rainbow Randolph, played by Robin Williams. And there's a bit where, like, yeah, he's terrible. He's taking a bribe to get some person's kid up front or whatever. He gets busted. So he's like, boom, he's no longer in the spotlight. So then he's like, he hates the rhino. He hates Smoochie. So he ends up calling up Smoochie at one point, and he's like, I'm going on safari, motherfucker. Safari. Wait, he does like the sound. Like I can't do it very well, but like where you do the elephant sound by pursing your lips. I can't do it. I used to be able to do it. Like, oh man. It's really good though. Like, dude, if you haven't seen Death to Smoochie, you're missing out. It is a very, very good dark comedy. Edward Norton plays Smoochie. Like, yeah, it's got like a huge cast. Jon Stewart's in it as like the agent, or no, one of the producers. Danny DeVito plays its agent, and they're all crooked. Like, they're all so crooked. It's really good. All right, so yeah, let's get back to building out this layout a little bit. So really, All right, so then location and URL go away there. And Array of Hope. I mean, sure, right? Those songs are good, but I was thinking more like The Lion Sleeps Tonight. Like, really, you could just put on a whole like theme song. Like, you could put on a whole playlist, right? Right? You could have like 5 or 6 songs that you cycle through while driving a GMC Safari. Right? There's Africa by what is it, Toto. There's yeah, the Lion King song, right? Like, you could even do like the Hakuna Matata song. I think that would work too. You mean like that meme? Yeah, it's a couple degrees colder. It's going to be even colder tomorrow. It's actually still pretty warm, but it's not like unreasonably warm like it was yesterday. And maybe we do this as a section. I don't use sections nearly. Yeah, that one's good. Okay, so gap 4. I'm not sure I like that. I'm not sure we even need a gap. Um, this, yeah, we probably do want to do this though. All right, we'll give gap 4 for the sections. Okay. So then, yeah, this section. Back to what V0 kind of gave us. Yeah, the CFP section. We'll just copy and paste that one. Oh, and hold on. let's look at it. Oh, and CFP status. Yeah, we need a few of these things. Okay. Sorry, coworker thing. All right. What's up with that? Why is that broken? Oh, right. So hold on. Right, we're not persisting this stuff. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, one second. Coworker thing. Uh, okay, sorry. So, and hey, what's up, Maniac? And I don't remember if I said thank you for your sub last night. I did, I was playing that game. I did have the whiskey in me, but thank you so much for your sub. Sorry. Quick work stuff. Okay, sorry. So yeah, and it's 4 o'clock. I think now might be an all right time for some whiskey. I do have to use the restroom, which is a perfect time to dump the stale whiskey from from yesterday. But yeah, thanks for that sub on the gaming channel, Maniac. I appreciate you. But yeah, how do we like the page so far? What we got to think about is why we're not syncing this data when we do a refresh. Because it shouldn't only be getting fetched on the conferences page. And this is really where it comes down to caching. Right now, we're not caching anything. But the library should probably take caching into account. Right? Oh. Wait, what? So hold on. That works, but then when we go to details here, it doesn't. And it's just a hydration error. Ooh, okay, so we got a bug that's different than what I was thinking. We see the conference ID and everything. All right, so yeah, we gotta investigate that. But I have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. And what's everyone up to? Anything fun? I'm looking forward to the weather, chilling out massively tomorrow. That is really not much whiskey left. We really did have a party yesterday, didn't we? You're working on your Discord bot marketing strategy and your COGS as a service. I forget what that was. But yes, yeah, something is up here. Let's clear this out. We go to conferences. So we know that we have that item, right? They've been fetched. So now we go details, and it's not there anymore. Right, here I expect conferences to be empty. Yep. We go to this page, though, and then we go back. And it's still empty. But why? So cogs are a Discord Python pattern for compartmentalizing like functionality for bots. So you want to distribute individual cogs as features for a central bot. Oh, very cool. And hey, what's up, Fluigi? How you doing? Oh, there you go, Code Spent. That's cool. I like that. So yeah. Why is our data not persisting? But it did a second ago. Oh, I know why Theo's going today. He's got render ATL tomorrow. I was wondering about the dip, right? Like the where some viewers went off to, but I think that's fine. I get it. All right, so yeah, let me. Oh, and let's reset that. Let me look at the engine and think about how some of this is working. I think I like to skip this song normally. So what we should do is we should set up a like a cache timing value, right? Yeah. There you go, Code Spent. Yeah, I mean, this is a good song. I like it. Yeah, so the engine needs to take into account at the app config level some caching values. Now, what we should do is before we start setting up caching, yep, it already knew what I was looking for. Damn it, it's that good. It's just that good. So yeah, this page should do just a fetch here, and then we can work out the other stuff later. Right, bare minimum, right? Even if I didn't want to use it this way, a user would want to use it this way. So then instead of this stuff, we're just going to do a fetch. There we go. Yeah, I think it works. Can we recognize that they definitely used ChatGPT to generate their description? I never see anyone use those. Right? The M dash. Nobody uses an M dash. Nobody does that. Have you ever intentionally put an M dash in any copy you've ever written your entire life? All right, so that fetch works at least. Academic stuff? Yeah, I feel like instead most people would just put a colon. I do stream a lot, for sure. 5 days a week, six-ish hours a day. The dash looks cooler? I guess. I don't know. I've just always used a colon. The M dash is probably correct. But it's just not the way human beings write. All right, so hold on. Ah, that's right, that's right. That's where they were getting the CFP status thing from. It wasn't yesterday, it was last week. A ray of hope. Yesterday we were just celebrating for the sake of celebrating. Shh. Well, I mean, it was Monday. That was the occasion yesterday. Unless I've got my days mixed up. Today's Tuesday, right? Pretty sure today's Tuesday. Pretty sure today's Tuesday. Oh, it's Wednesday for you in the future. There you go. Yesterday wasn't that wild, was it? Was it? I think it's fine. Now I'm really questioning it, though. Have a single hair flipping around. Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah. It was like Homer Simpson and his three hairs. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, how do we feel about this so far? It's a bit wide. I feel like, yeah, this button being that wide is a little weird. Maybe the move is to put description and call for papers side by side. All right? It's a lot of empty space over here, right? Placeholder image? Eh. It would just be a placeholder, though. Like, we don't have any images. Maybe? Well, hold on. Okay. Let's just check this, right? If we go to create a new thing and we do right, like we could get We could get the card image and put it there. I feel like that could work. But then fetching that, right? Like, how do we end up fetching that? I think that's like the tricky bit. And now I'm good on the undraw. Like, that could be a placeholder, sure. But as far as like a real image, let's say get right. So then we just got to bring in Cheerio. Ugh. Okay, so we got to do the star as. That's it. Yeah. Right. So there's not going to be an access control allow origin. So instead, we'll create an API endpoint for it. Why not? Hmm. What's the right way to do this with Next.js? Um, Next.js API routes. Maybe it's on here. So it's not params. Hmm. Oh, it's part of query. Okay, sure. All right, so then I can just go grab this function and we call it internally. And really, yeah, all this we just do this way. Okay, cool. So yeah, we can do that. And then we'll just fetch it. And what's up, Saber? How you doing? But hold on. Okay, so then we do something like that, and then this is still response. And we'll do response JSON. Oop. All right, let's see if that works. We'll see. We'll see. Failed to fetch image, but why? Because we need to escape it. Um, encode URI. There it is. And then we need to decode it in the route. What do you mean, what's up with it? It is exactly how it sounds. Uh, wait, what? API conference image. And then the thing. We're building a library so that other people can use it however they want. So instead of component, it's a full URI, right? Nah, it's still undefined. We could make it a post request instead. That's probably the move. Yeah, just make it a post request. I'm sure there's some way to fix it. I just don't care. Okay. That was the end of that album. Let's get another go. So instead of query, do we want body? But Saber, like it's not like you're gonna build a large scale application for it, right? You're not gonna build some unicorn. This is for internal applications. If you're already paying for enterprise, Azure DevOps or GitLab or GitHub or whatever, why not treat that platform as your own serverless, like backend, right? So then you don't have to spin up a backend. You've already got it. Now I forget. Do we need to... Do we need to parse the payload ourselves? I don't think we do. I might have to set the application JSON header, but that should be enough. So then, yeah, if we do this, we get conference URL. And hold on, I missed some follows. Locked and coded. Sorry, I missed that like an hour ago. That's my bad. Heeman, thank you for the follow 17 minutes ago. And Glog, thank you for the follow just now. All right, so this fetch. Oh. Method is post. Yep. Yep. Call that good. Good job, Super Maven. All right, so now we're getting a 400 sad panda. Why? I don't see the console logs that... Oh, wait, hold on. Did I get rid of them? I think I did. The jumping? It's just so good. He might be my spirit animal. We'll see, we'll see. All right, so conference URL is undefined because we're getting a readable stream back from it. Right. Mm, Guess I haven't used it since they did their update, huh? Okay, there we go. All right, so it does say request.json should work. Okay, there it was. All right, so we needed to await it. Sure. We get the site, we do the fetch, conference image came back. Cool. How do I say it's definitely there? Whatever. So then, back to the page. OG image. Right, like what if they don't have one? What should we show? And then maybe that should be like one of those undraw images. Um, people. I feel like messages is not bad. Or oh wow, there's a lot of them. Speaker. Oh, here we go. Conference. Either conference speaker or conference. What do we think? Or presenting, actually. Definitely not Dua Lipa. I think any of the first four would work. Anyone got a preference? I feel like candidate is like the right shape. Sure. All right, so now we want to think about where we're going to show that. And yeah, we can close some tabs. And we'll leave that. Um, yeah, this is where I think I want to ditch the card header and description stuff, and I'll just do that styling myself. Hmm. Oh God. Kind of like that. And then we just add some gap back to it. Yeah. I feel like that looks pretty good. Maybe maybe just a little more padding on the image. Yeah, no worries, Owen. I think I have one too many of these. Nope. There we go. I almost want to put like a drop down menu in the upper right corner though. Right? Like we want to be mobile responsive, even if I never expect anyone working on this to actually make it mobile responsive, right? It's just better if we do. I know, right? Yeah, smartphones. Who's going to use those in 10 years? I feel like this part is weird to me. Like it's just too wide. And hold on. Wait, it should be disabled, but I have the disabled status wrong. Or do I? Maybe we can't disable it because we're doing the as child thing and disabled doesn't exist on links. Hmm. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Kind of like that for the mobile. Okay, so one thing. This part right here. Ooh, and actually, I just don't think I want that at all. Oh, that is not what I wanted. So I'm thinking I'm going to put the edit button in line with this table, right? So it'll probably like sit over here, like in line with the title. And yeah, like certain sizes, I just want to move the call for papers section to the left. Keep hitting the wrong button. When we get to this size, I like that. So yeah, we're just going to selectively hide the image section at certain sizes. Yeah, okay. So let's start hacking that part out. I think at mobile, we don't care about the image. You think so? Maybe. Anything's possible. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense to me. Right? We can just get rid of the image at mobile. And then otherwise, we may have like a little bit of empty space underneath the image, but that should be fine. So yeah, we'll move the call for papers into this left column. Because then that looks way better. Yeah, that looks way better. Oh, damn it. I keep hitting the wrong button. That shouldn't get skewed like that, though. So what's up? Oh. Why is that getting skewed like that? Right? Width full, height auto. Yeah, so that isn't right. We're setting the width of the parent. Oh, so it was when we set it to flex that was the issue. Yeah, all right. All right, so here's one thing we'll do as well. For this button, it's actually uh, is CFP active? Sure. And then, yeah, after that section, this is where we have the talks. Oh, no, we can do this. All right, so then we don't need a width. We do want to do that. Something like it. But we don't have any talks yet. All right, so yeah. We'll end up having a section here. All right. So we don't have a way of editing things yet. And I'm thinking editing. That'll just be part of a modal. Or maybe we just like redirect back to like the edit page, but we create the form as a component. I think that's the right way to do that. But yeah, what's up, Tommy? How you doing? Yeah, this is looking pretty good so far. I like it. We need to add the edit/delete button, right? Like the context menu on the right. Oh, but what if it ends up being a long title? Ooh. Yep. So that's where you're fighting with open telemetry. That's pretty common. That is pretty common. The one of the founders of Sentry really complains about it a lot too. If you want to learn more about it, I made a pretty sweet video. I'm curious how many views that video has by now. First in the list. $28,000 views. Pretty happy about that. Compared to like other things in their channel. Dare I say I have the most viewed video on their channel? I do. I will take it. I will take it. I got paid for that too. It is a little sad it's the most viewed video I've ever made, and it's not even on my own channel, but whatever. It just means I got to start making more videos. Right? Duh. Yeah, I like this so far. This is looking pretty good. We just need to do the proposals section better, and we can call it good. But yeah, let's do the button that needs to go over here. Oh, all right, hold on. What's the stream parrot emote? Yeah, makes sense. Oh, we've only got 4 spots left before we got to start just deleting things. Oh, you sent it over in Discord? Oh. Hold on 1 second. I'll have to do it over here then. Developers, 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 developers. Exactly. All right, high praise should be there. Give it a shot. It might take up to 30 seconds, but should be good. Damn, it is warming up in here. That sun needs to go the hell away. Stupid sun. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. The part we care about. There's this, which we will. You know, I don't think we can do this one as a row anymore. Because we want it to wrap. So let's do this. Let's create a new talk. When's the date? September 25th to 26th. I don't remember. It was probably like 11. I don't know. We'll say 10, 2024. The CFP closed. I want to say like something like that. I don't know. I don't think that part matters as much. So we go do that. Well, that's a bug. We're not laying these things out sideways like we should. But if we go to details here, it's actually not that long. Damn. All right. So we might be good there, but then we'd still want to have the icon, and then this might kick out to a new line. Hmm. What if I put the link on the left? Yeah, what if I just put the link on the left? Then I think we're good. I like that. Yeah, we'll put the link on the left. Easy. And we did make it a button, which I think is still fine, but yeah, we should be consistent with it. So over here, sure. All right, so then those two things are a row. And then, yeah, we can grab the boilerplate from the card. Okay, yeah, so we're close there. We just don't want item center here. We'll do item start. And then maybe give this... Oh, that is definitely not right. And then maybe I just want to give that some indentation. We'll say PL8. Nope. PL12. How do we feel about it? Is the indentation weird? Because the icon on the left. I feel like it's not worth quibbling over. I think it looks fine. Worst case scenario, we could just put it as a link below it, like below the title. And then it's just the URL, right? Instead of the icon. I think that's the better move. Yeah. Yep. I think that's the better move for this page. How do we feel about that? That looks pretty good, right? Yeah, I think that looks better. Yep. So then if we go back to here, should we do the same thing? Just put the link below it? I think we should. Or we could just put link after. I think it's worth maybe keeping this more compact. So yeah, let's just put the link back after it. Yeah, I think after is good, but it's better than putting it on like a new line with the full link, right? So yeah, I like that. I do almost feel like this button should be up in the right-hand corner, but now we're starting to quibble over stuff that really just doesn't matter. Right. Okay, so yeah, I think we're good here. Details we'll remove from that list. It's just edit and delete at this point. All right, so we do need to bring in the dialogue. A little bit of copy and paste, but it's not the end of the world. All right, so now we need to bring in some state. All right, we need to bring in dialogue and all that. And then, yeah, we need the router because we need to redirect back to the conferences page. All right, so then delete. What? Did that not pop up what I thought it would? Ah, yep. Okay, so let me go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. And yeah, this is feeling pretty good. We need to get the edit functionality going next. And then once we have edit, we can knock out talks and we can call it basically good. And yeah, ray of hope. Like, nothing wrong with copy paste if it's only once. Not a big deal. If you find yourself doing it a lot, well, then you got a problem. But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back, and I'll see you in a sec. Yeah. What's everyone up to? Anyone that maybe has stopped in and hasn't said some of the fun stuff they're doing? And yeah, this app is seeming better and better, like, as we see more content in it. Yeah, Talented. Were you not aware of this one? It's super cheap. It's like $45 too. I'll be speaking at it. Never been to one? This is probably one of the best ones to do. If you're in the area, if it's close. It's not, like, I don't know. It's probably worth flying to. Let me just point that out. It's probably worth flying to. But if you're in the area, like, it's extra worth it. That's fine, Talented. Honestly, nah, man. Don't worry about that. It's just more, is it worth the cost? It's definitely worth it to chat with other devs and hang out, especially if you don't have a good meetup scene nearby. Just getting comfortable talking to other devs is hugely valuable. It helps in interviews. It helps in all sorts of ways. But I would say, like, dude, it's like $45. It's so cheap. It's a 30-minute drive. Well, dude, if you want to meet up, I'll be there. My talk is accepted, so I will definitely be there. I'll be talking about our migration from Flow to TypeScript. Where's my photo? Where's my photo? It's in here somewhere, I think. Wow, I'm way down on the list, aren't I? Why would you put me that low? No, it's fine. I get it. But yeah, like, dude, there's going to be a bunch of people I'm looking forward to, like, chatting with again. Leon is my favorite. It'd be kind of cool to meet Aaron Francis. Let's see. Who else? Diana Pham. That's Diana Soyster, or Diana's Oyster. Krista Mars. Awesome. Lawrence Lockhart. I don't think I've ever met him in person, but I'm looking forward to it. Oh, I just saw a tweet of hers recently. Okay. Let's see, who else? Who else? Adam Rakis, I've met once before. Wayne Jones, super cool dude. Met him at Render ATL last year. A little bummed I'm not going there this year. Looking forward to meeting Brian Morrison. He's there at Clerk. Oh, he's local there, too. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I've heard he's, like, the nicest guy in tech. I've just never met him, never chatted. And I probably drink too much whiskey anyway. Kevin Griffin, the dude who basically has my brother's name. That'll be interesting. I think we're friends on Twitter or whatever. Roselle Scarlett, going to be cool to see her again. She was great at SquiggleConf last year. It'll be the first time I get to meet Leah in person, right? Like, we've chatted here on Twitch, like, way too much. But, yeah, never met her in person. Get to meet Dennis Ivey again. That'll be cool. Jeremy Morgan. Have I met Jeremy? Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah, yeah, Jeremy. Dude, yeah. Met him at KubeCon. I get Jeremy mixed up with another dude a lot. Yeah, Pluralsight dude. He's awesome. Yeah, he's really cool. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to hanging out with him again. Joel Hooks. I'll get to meet him. He does stream sometimes, too. Okay. Andrew McLean. I remember him from KubeCon, and, like, I feel like we met at other points, but maybe not. Like, he's definitely rated the stream and all that stuff. Super good dude. We know me. What a jerk. Abby Perini kills it. Met her at Render ATL last year. James Quick, met him at Render ATL last year. Dev, I get to see Dev again. I've seen him at a bunch of conferences. Yeah, I know. Some guy, like, I'm willing to bet I'm the only beanie in the list, though. There's something to it. It's all about branding. So hold on, let's scroll back up. Do we see any other beanies in the list? I don't think we do. It's good to have a brand. Nope, no other beanies in the list. Yeah, damn right. The power of branding. Damn right. Wait, AI picture guy? Hold on, who's that? Who was AI picture guy? Oh, this guy? Tim Corey? Maybe. It's possible. Oh, was there another one? I think you meant. Oh, there was another too. Oh, this guy. I'm gonna bet money this guy's never worn a beanie in his life. That guy's never worn a beanie in his life. Am I profiling a bit? Maybe. I'm just saying, like, we don't know what he looks like in person. But there are human beings in the world that have never worn a beanie in their life. It doesn't actually tell you what their talk is if you click their name. What is Kevin Griffin talking about? I don't know, but he's kind of big time, right? I feel like I've seen him around at like other conference talks and stuff. I've never met him in person. No, not that Kevin Griffin. No, not that Kevin Griffin. Oh, God. There's too many Kevin Griffins. My poor little brother. Meanwhile, if you search Chris Griffin, you basically just get the character from Family Guy and maybe me. Was he active on Twitch? Really? I don't remember that. One Kev Griff? Oh. No, you know what? Oh. I'm pretty sure he's rated here before. I'm almost positive he's rated here before. And hey, what's up, Matisse Tech? I'm almost positive he's rated here before. Or at least he's like been in stream. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Seems like a cool dude, though. But yeah, so you're making a reinforcement learning system to beat you at Tetris. It's already way better. Ooh, right? April Dunham will be talking about Power Platform, Copilot, and SharePoint. Yeah, so there's a bunch of tracks. Yeah, so if you go to... the agenda's not posted, but basically there's 3 tracks, I think? 4 tracks. There's a .NET track, a Cloud track, a Java track, and a JavaScript track. I'm speaking at the JavaScript track. Which basically means, like, some of these talks are going to be going concurrently. So yeah, like a lot of the .NET people, like probably Kevin Griffin, yeah, they'll be over on that track. But we'll still all be hanging out, I hope. Yeah, Matisse Tech, Mr. Sir, how you doing? Yeah, welcome to the stream. Surly, yes, I saw your tweet. What was it? On Sunday for gaming stream. When you were like, well, I'm not there, but CM Griffin is streaming on his gaming channel or whatever, right? That was good. No, they're going to post the agenda here soon. Right? Like, it's coming soon. They just haven't posted it yet. But yeah, there's no possible way of seeing all of them because of the different tracks. They're all going concurrently. Right? Like all 4 tracks. I think all 4 tracks are going concurrently. But maybe they split it up by days. I'm not sure. So it might be like 2 and 2. I don't know. Like, it's tricky. Every conference is kind of different. Talented. That used to be called an RSS feed. But that sounds like a pretty damn cool micro app. That's really not a bad idea for a micro app. You're welcome to make it, but I'm writing it down. Nah, man, that's genius. It's basically RSS with extra steps, but who uses RSS? So yeah, no, totally. I know I got a list here somewhere. So do you want it to be a protected thing? Or like do you plan on making it? Because you came up with the idea. If it's something you want to build, you won't make it? All right. That's going to the top of my business viable list. Dude, that's genius. I think it's a really good idea. I think that's a really good idea. Update their changelog? Yeah, I mean, you just point me at a URL, and I'll just diff that URL, and we'll call it good. Yeah, I mean, I would say that's post MVP, but yeah, dude, I will happily consult you when we start building it. I really like that idea. I really like that idea. Now, in before someone here in chat steals it, that's fine. I don't mind. I'll just do it better. Oh, I do need more water, so give me a second. I'm going to go pour some more water. Yeah, I think it gets tricky because you need something to like comb this stuff, right? You need like what kind of granularity are you looking at? Do you want it to happen? Yeah, I don't know. There's too much to think about how you would set up the billing and how you would set up like the fetching. But kind of genius. Kind of genius. I feel like the harder part's going to be coming up with a name. Right? What would you name something? And yeah, Matisse Tech. Hold on. So yeah, how's the Tetris going? Welcome, Raiders from Matisse Tech's stream. No, I really like that idea. That one's good. Yeah, we will build it eventually. I want to get Masijo launched. I want to get Walter launched. And then that's just another one we can dog food Walter onto. Yeah. Dude. Look at the big brain on talented. All right, so before I delete that, just to test our deleting capabilities, let's lay this out better, right? For some reason, these are not horizontally stacking, but they should. Oh, looks like someone mentioned that the service actually exists. Oh, I mean, that didn't resolve for me. The person that shouted it out. And Talented, was that you that messaged that? Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, I think I had forgotten like the full name, and I won't dox it here. Like, so that link you sent, was that just like a domain that's available? Oh, in here. I was like, I'm just seeing the one. Like, I don't know. Right. And that one I don't necessarily want to revisit at the moment. Oh, okay. You sent me. Oh, okay. There we go. The name and domain name that is available. Don't want to show it in screen on screen. Yeah. No, that's not a bad name. That's pretty solid. I think you're onto something. And yeah, what up, Yusha? How you doing? Yeah, that's a solid name. I'm wondering if there's like other stuff we could check, but that one's good. Like, it's probably worth locking down anyway. Yeah, no, that's a good one. I like that. I'm doing well, Yusha. Yeah, we're just hanging out, enjoying a really chill day. It is, yeah. But there is a little bit of like, well, you remove one of the letters and it becomes a bit lewd. I think there is definitely something to be said about, well, if someone has a fourth grade brain, what could they make a joke out of it of? I don't think it's a problem. Ooh, I'm not cool. You got me. But yeah, no, I can see it. Distill.io to monitor change logs. I haven't heard of that one. Oh, okay. So this one does basically all of it. All right. Damn. Okay, so it does exist. It does exist. And yeah, it kind of needs a browser extension, right? You just click it to add the page or whatever. That said, I think I can do it better. I think I can do it better. At least we've already discovered that it exists. Oh, and this is like, okay, so there's a difference between a cloud monitor and a local monitor, right? Okay. Yeah, no, I think we basically build out a lot of the same infrastructure that we're building for Masijo because it involves messaging, right? It's just a different type of messaging. And I think we can just do it better. but it at least proves out the idea, right? A company like here's the biggest thing, and dude, like just look at how bad this looks, dude. Yeah, like nah, this site seems broken as fuck. Yeah, dude. Nah, we can do it cheaper. I think we can do it better. Yeah, no worries. I'm not cool. I appreciate that. You know what I'd like to say? I think you're pretty cool. Thank you for sharing that. And what's up, program? Ooh, that is a solid, solid name. I probably shouted it out before when you mentioned it, but man, that is such a good name to like just to swoop. Yeah, good job snagging that name. That is a solid one. But yeah, I'm not cool. In my opinion, I actually want to build like distill or whatever their thing. I should probably add. Hold on. I should add distill to that Trello board entry. Oh, dude, my Trello board is thick. Doesn't mean every idea is gold, but you got to write down every idea. Every single idea gets recorded. If you're not doing so, you're losing them. You're forgetting them. You can only maintain maybe 10 in your head at any given moment. But all it takes is a few, right? If you can build out 3 or 4 of these like micro businesses that don't necessarily need to be crazy, you could easily collect 20 grand a month, you know? And I get it, they're talented. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. That was Wedge, Jianhua. You're totally right, dude. That was Wedge. Yeah, what is that dude's name? Hold on. Local hero. He's been in a bunch of shit. Like, he's been in a lot of films. Peter Reichert. He was in The Mask, as you pointed out, as the, wait, Dennis Lawson? It's not Dennis. No, it's Peter Reichert. And that's this dude. He was the detective in The Mask. He was in Local Hero. Yeah, he had a role in Animal House. I forgot all about that, too. So yeah, no, it's not Dennis Lawson. They may look similar, though. Right? Like, what's the biggest stuff he's done? He was in Traffic. Oh, I forgot that. Okay. Yeah, he did a lot of like character actor stuff. I mean, he was like the big dude in a bunch of films, right? He was like the main character in at least a few films. But yeah, you're right. He's a character actor in general. So that's a good point. Yeah, yeah, he's basically just a character actor. But in National Lampoon's Animal House, he's like the second like lead protagonist, you know? Right? There's like the guy that played Chris Farley's brother in Black Sheep. He's like the main protagonist, I guess. But I feel like, no, his character in Animal House gets more screen time, I think. But yeah, if you do look through it, yeah, it's just character actor stuff. Which makes sense. Character actors are the people that actually, like, make this business work. Those people who don't stick out so much that you recognize them everywhere, but who always just nail it. They're not, like, so bad that they stand out. Yeah, character actors. There was a documentary, that guy in that thing. It's a really good bit, and if you, like, look at all the people in it, dude, like Wade Williams, right? William Morgan Shepard, Zelcho Ivanek, like, you could go looking through this and recognize films all these fucking people have been in, right? But you don't remember their character's name, right? You just know this guy is, like, the guy that dissolved in the first X-Men movie. Right? That's it. He's the guy that dissolved in the first X-Men movie. That's his name. You know? Yeah, this is actually a really good, like, documentary / like, just series of interviews with character actors, etc. It was quite fun. I enjoyed this film. Right? Like, dude, this guy, you've seen him in a dozen movies. You've seen him in a dozen movies, but the one you think of is probably X-Men. Right? Paul Guilfoyle, you've seen in at least a dozen movies. Robert Joy, this guy has been in a shitload. Like, it's really cool, actually. This guy, you've seen him in so many movies. Right? Like, yeah, Mark Ralston. You recognize him probably as, like, the bad guy, like an FBI agent in every film he's ever been in, right? Conspiracy Theory. What's the one with Will Smith and Gene Hackman? Right? Where it's like the Big Brother type stuff. Right? He's basically like an FBI agent in every movie he's ever been in. You know, like, yeah, it's funny. Enemy of the State. There you go. And yeah, I'm using FBI, you know, interchangeably with CIA, NSA, whatever it was in the movie Enemy of the State, right? But dude, yeah, the character actor stuff, it'll blow your mind how much, like, character actors have shaped the industry and how prolific they are, because they have to keep working. He was not in Men in Black, but he's been in a bunch of shit. So yeah, let me get more music on. Yeah, I do think we could just because a business exists doesn't mean it's not worth building. If you can operate cheaper and make revenue greater than your expenses, you've got yourself a micro business. And for everyone unaware, a bunch of these micro businesses could be built out using Cloudflare Launch. Is it Cloudflare Workers Launchpad? This is it. Right? You could apply to what is basically a Y Combinator, but specifically for Cloudflare-driven infrastructure. Right? To at least get the free credits and shit, and maybe you get some VC funding. Why not? Think about businesses you could build from scratch on top of Cloudflare and try and get into this cohort. Yeah, it's really cool. Right? And if you want to launch stuff on top of Cloudflare, Honk is probably the thing you want to build with. It's Hono, Drizzle, Name Your Database, and Cloudflare. They've got fantastic branding. When I wear my red beanie, that little goose I got, yeah, that's a honk goose. So yeah, like really cool stuff. You can scaffold out applications on top of Cloudflare with honk and a bunch of other stuff pretty easily. I plan on doing so soon. In fact, Masijo, or not Masijo, but another thing was actually what I planned on. I planned on making a product on top of honk, but I chose Masijo instead. But basically, there's that like dub.co company, right? Dude, dub.co has proved that this business works. Could you carve out a slice of their total addressable market? Will it be a fucking unicorn? No. But it's a business that you could build out and bootstrap or possibly seek, you know, angel funding for. And then eventually get an exit by selling it to some company that thinks it makes sense as part of their vertical platform, right? Like, there's a bunch of value in building out some of these micro businesses. So yeah, I want to build a dub.co clone. I want to build a distill clone, etc. Ugh. Oh, this whiskey's way worse than the other whiskey. Ugh. Pendleton's good until you try better stuff. Ooh, are they still doing weekly live streams? They are. They do them on Wednesdays. Interesting. That's cool. Yeah, Fiberplane. Yeah, they're cool. We know someone who works at Fiberplane. They're fucking awesome. We haven't seen them here in stream for a while, but they've been here. But yeah, if you want to build some stuff on top of Cloudflare, honk is one of your best ways to get started. I just want to shout it out again, whether I pasted it or not. Yeah, I didn't yet. So yeah. But yeah, you've been a big fan of Gentleman Jack. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. You know, I'm not going to fault anybody for having a preference. I can't drink regular Jack Daniels anymore. Like back when I was a fledgling snowboard bum, first got sponsored by Rome Snowboards. Jack Daniels was like the Rome Snowboards brand of whiskey, right? It was like part of our branding because they were like the rocker brand. They were like the rebels against Burton kind of shit. I drank way too much Jack Daniels back then. I just can't do it anymore. I feel like most people who drink, and maybe don't even drink that much anymore, but most people who drink have at least a couple whiskeys you can't drink. Well, isn't Gentleman Jack just like aged Tennessee whiskey? I thought it was just like aged longer. Or like filtered better or something, you know? I'm pretty sure Gentleman Jack is still just the same Jack Daniels. Yeah, that's fine. If you like it, then you like it. Can't touch any whiskey besides Irish whiskey. Okay. Interesting. I'm guessing Jameson, but like, are there other Irish whiskeys you like? Bushmills is another good one. When it comes to Irish whiskey, I quite like Tullamore Dew and Hellcat Maggie's. Those are some fun ones. I'm not a huge fan of Jameson. I do like the Jameson that's aged in like IPA barrels, though. That one's not bad, right? Like the ones they have that are like aged in specific barrels. I like the IPA barrel. Jameson's your go-to. Yeah, yeah, it's like an industry drink. Um, if you end up at like an industry bar in Seattle, yeah, Jameson flows like water. It's kind of crazy. Jameson ginger and a lime? Sure. Yeah, makes sense to me. Yeah, I think I give off industry vibes. So I've actually made it into an industry bar and stayed there way past closing, right? Like past 2 a.m. because they just lock the door. No new person can come in after a certain time. Now, granted, that bar closed down. I wonder why. There's some other bar in its place, but yeah, like industry bars are interesting because, yeah, they'll let you in. You'll keep drinking past 2 a.m. You either got to be like a super regular or you got to get there before they close. But then they'll keep serving past closing time. And those are fun bars to hang out at. But yes, I'm sitting there hanging out. I ate food, drinking, chilling, and it got towards like it was probably like 2:30, maybe 3 a.m. And they're like, "So where do you work?" I was like, "I work as a software developer." And they're like, "Oh, you're not in the industry?" I was like, "No, but I used to be." So yeah, industry bars are fun. Like if you get in good as just like a regular, you can get someone to vouch for you to get into those like after hours bars too. It's almost like a speakeasy vibe, but like there's no such thing as like a legitimate speakeasy anymore. And when I say legitimate, I mean like properly illegitimate. In general, the speakeasies in Seattle are fully licensed proper bars that close at 2 a.m. They just do some weird fucking shtick of like, well, it's a shoe store up front, and then you like open up a door and you head back into the bar. Ooh, Jedso. Yeah, Henry McKenna's solid. Yeah. That's actually my favorite to mix with Coca-Cola. I know. Whiskey snobs say sacrilege. I say, enjoy whatever you want, man. Let me enjoy my thing. But Henry McKenna is actually my favorite to mix with Coke. And there are people who will say, like, you can tell the difference. Yes, I can tell the difference. I won't be able to, like, name the exact brand, but I can tell the difference in the flavor. The drunker I get, the less so, but yeah. Like, I've numerous times caught that they actually mixed rum or shittier whiskey into my Coca Cola besides, like, what I actually ordered. I've caught it before. Like, yeah, just the flavor profile of, like, the mixed down water, right? Like, yeah. It's all right neat. I think you do need to add some water to it. Because, yeah, the Henry McKenna does have a bit of, like, a harshness that needs to be cut with just a little bit of water. Knob Creek, like, pretty much anything over 80 proof needs to be cut a little bit. And I think the Henry McKenna is at, like, 90 or 100, right? I think it's 100. Yeah, there are very few whiskeys over 80 proof that I consider like just straight sippable. Some of them are so strong it feels like it evaporates on your tongue. You know, like oh my god. But anyway, yeah. Let's keep going. Why are these not going the half width like they should? Something seems off about this. Oh, hold on. Is that it? Let me move it over. The LI. Nope, never mind. No. Oh, that's it. All right, so we need to make the UL full width. Same with the row above it. Okay. That's our issue, I think. All right, so we're going half width, but now the gap is getting us, right? All right, so we turn off the gap, right? Then we see those, and then here at that we do P4. Um, yeah, we'll just do P4. We can do P2. P2 would be better. All right, you know what? We're gonna do this. Oh, we'll do a PB of 2, and then from here, this is oh, did it nail it? No, we want the opposite. Shit. And then it goes full width. Nailed it. But we actually want to do MD. And then we're good. And yeah, what's up, LOL? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Cheers. I like this so far. So then, yeah, we go edit. Ooh, edit we haven't fixed yet. All right, so edit, we need to do a thing. Yeah. But Jedzo, I do want to point out, Four Roses is, I think, my favorite whiskey, and I think they're still independent too. Right? Like, have you seen the whiskey family tree, or I think it's the bourbon family tree? Yeah, it's the bourbon family tree. What I really like, and this could have changed since the publishing of the article, right? Sazerac owns Buffalo Trace, and Buffalo Trace makes like Pappy Van Winkle, Eagle Rare, Blanton's, right? Weller, Old Taylor, like a bunch of these like really, really well respected bourbons, right? And then you go look at it. Jim Beam makes Knob Creek and a bunch of other stuff. Baker's, which is good. Basil Hayden's, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that they're all from the same mash, but some of them are just the same mash but aged longer. And then, yeah, as you start going, the part I really like is that Four Roses is basically just its own thing. It just lives on its own, and Bullet, well, technically part of the Four Roses family. I don't know. Bullet's okay. I consider Bullet to be kind of like cheap whiskey at this point. But yeah, Four Roses. The Four Roses bourbons are my favorite bourbons. And it's interesting that they're owned by Kirin, which is, I believe, a Japanese company. But yeah, George Dickel, another good brand. Right? Like, I don't know. It's like really cool just seeing like how a lot of these things are from basically the same company. So yeah, if you haven't seen it before, it's kind of cool. So hold on. LOL, your question. How long have I been programming in React? What step would someone, for someone who learning how to use React? So how long I've been doing it doesn't matter. If you want to learn React, the number one way is to start building stuff. That's it. Just start building things. And I would say, sure, start out with Next.js or other tools, but make sure that whether you start with Next.js or just a pure single page application via Vite, that you do both to understand the differences between the two and recognize when one is important versus the other. Because they both have their own specific use cases that matter. I personally dislike when companies use Next.js for their entire API layer. That's not what Next.js is for. Next.js is really good at being a wrapper around your existing API and you use some of Next.js's API routes to do like the back end for front end approach, right? And some of this might be going over your head. In general, you're going to need to learn full stacky kind of things to build your own side projects anyway. So have at it. But yeah, the number one way to learn is to build stuff. Look up what you need as you need it. But yeah, how long I've been doing it doesn't matter. I think we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck. No offense, I'm not trying to call anybody out, but it's a thing. It's totally a thing. The only reason it's a thing is because you haven't put the effort in, right? Like, how often do you play? I've definitely plateaued on guitar. But I plateaued at a point that I'm happy to be at. I don't know arpeggios, I don't know chords, but I can finger pick like a motherfucker, you know? There you go. Yeah, you hit the point that you want to hit. But if you want to become an expert, you got to put in the work. I think that's important. In general, though, just build stuff. Just write songs. Just play the guitar. You'll get better. It is a little bit of that. Yeah, talented. What is that? The Pareto principle, I believe. I could have that wrong. Pareto's the 80-20. Never mind. What's the other one? Wait, is it Pareto? Yeah, for some reason I have it in my head that Pareto is the 80-20 rule. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Pareto's the 80-20 rule. What's the um rise to level of the Peter principle? Yes. All right. Lawrence J. Peter. Yes, it's the Peter principle. So very close. Very close. All right. You had 70% of the letters. They just weren't in the right order. But yes, in general, yeah, Pareto and Peter Principle are fundamental, right? If you understand them, you'll understand the majority of the industry. Just like really crazy that way. All right, so thinking back on what we got going, right? We click into conferences, we got these two side by side, we zoom in, they go full width. Yeah, our header needs work, but that's a separate thing, right? These, I think, look good. We can make the header totally its own thing. But yeah, as we like zoom out, what I think I want to do is instead of forcing it to be half all the time, right? We can make it a third. Nope. LLM fucked that one up. All right, so we want to do it more at 2XL. Oh, I keep clicking that button. All right, yeah, nah, we're good. Nailed it. What I think is nailed it. Nailed it. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, I would say talented a little bit. Would I say that watching tutorials are useless when it comes to learning a framework or language? What I will say is at the beginning of your career, videos are useful. The more experience you get, the less you're going to watch videos to learn something. Because you can't bookmark the right section of a video, right? Like, searchability and finding exactly what you want is what you end up learning and looking for later in your career. If you enjoy videos right now, that's fine. Go for it. But I think eventually, yes, video tutorials are going to be something you reach for less and less as you get more experienced. I don't watch video tutorials. I won't touch one. I will not watch that shit. If your docs suck enough that there is like no proper tutorial in just text, well, I'll look at some other shit. I use Trello, JLem, but anything, right? Anything that is basically like a Kanban board will work. Like, I'm pretty sure there's something in Obsidian. I'm pretty sure there's something in every tool. All you need is a Kanban board. Yeah, videos are good for discovery and general, like, ideas. When you want to actually learn something as an experienced engineer, you want docs, you want text, stuff you can scan, purple links you can see in your browser, etc. Like, I don't even think that's controversial. I just think in general, over time, you learn less from videos because videos are not information dense, right? And most of the time, as an experienced engineer, you just want to get some shit done. You just want to find that one thing you're looking for, and you can't search a video in that same way. Maybe in the future you can, but you can't right now. I think videos and like, meetup presentations and conference presentations are really good for introducing ideas, right? Giving you stuff that you need to Google later. That's the entire point of a YouTube video, of a talk, of a presentation in any way, right? Like, that's the value of those things. They should not be the thing that you go to learn everything as you get more experienced. When you're a junior dev or pre-junior, yes, videos are fantastic. And, don't listen to me naysaying them as like, oh, you shouldn't watch videos at all. I just think the more experienced you get, the less videos are relevant. And yeah, JLem. Yeah, Notion, Obsidian, like any of that stuff works. Like totally. I'm just using Trello. I've been using Trello for ages. Since I think even before the Atlassian acquisition. But any Kanban board would work. Like any Kanban board would work for me, for how I organize my ideas. Like sticky notes on a fucking wall would work. 100%, like, would totally work. The problem with sticky notes is you can't take them with you if you're traveling or things like that. What are we building right now? So right now we're building a CFP tracker, right? I work as a developer advocate, and I propose talks for conferences. I didn't get accepted this year for Render ATL, but I did get accepted for Commit Your Code. But in general, all of these things, I don't maintain a major list anywhere other than like marking them off on my calendar when I do get accepted. The company I work for, there are people that propose talks every once in a while. But they do it in like Slack, so it's easy to miss and easy to lose. Right now I'm using a spreadsheet to track these things. And spreadsheets suck. I fucking hate spreadsheets. So in general, I'm trying to build an app to where, yeah, there's a conference someone at my company wants to propose something for. They can create it through a web app rather than going into a spreadsheet. And then bam, we're good to go. And talented. When you're a world famous influencer, who's that? Definitely not me. I'm a microcosm famous influencer. You're not wrong, though. We do have a worldwide audience here on stream, which is pretty cool. But famous, I wouldn't use that word. I'm not Theo. I'm not the Primogen. And here's the best part. They may be famous in our circles. They could walk around at the grocery store. No one knows who the fuck they are. Not a single person. And that's okay. Right? Like being famous within a niche is actually like the best kind of famous. You don't get hounded wherever you go. You do get recognized in the places that you want to be recognized, which is kind of cool. Like not a single pro snowboarder I've ever met has a problem going into a grocery store in Portland. Nobody's going to recognize him. Besides Shaun White. So yeah, like pro snowboarder famous is not that famous. And Sonic chimed in, videos are good for like the first 2 hours of learning how to code. I mean, I would say more than the first 2 hours, right? Like Sonic over on YouTube, for everyone unaware. Am I trying to get into YC? Eventually. I would like to have a business invested in at some point. But I think I can make some other stuff be bootstrappable before then. Sonic, if you're familiar with the project Walter, which I need to rename and I need to keep working on, it's going to be a thing that I dog food and use on a bunch of my other projects. That one I think is totally like venture capital investable. The micro projects consuming it, nah, those are bootstrappable at the bare minimum, at the bare maximum, really. I don't even think angel capital would be a good call for those businesses. But if I can build out businesses on top of Walter, I do think VC is the right approach for Walter. If not, I'm pretty sure I could still just bootstrap it. Sonic, right? No one knows that you have millions of people following, and on social media, you're basically a millionaire. Yeah, dude, that shit exists. There are billionaires that nobody recognizes in public. Like, you know that, right? There are actual billionaires that walk among us. A lot more millionaires, just due to numbers. But yeah, like, dude, there are millionaires that walk among us every day. The millions of people on social media. Yeah, you could have a million followers on any of your platforms, sure. A million isn't that many. All right, so Sonic is asking why I'm not working on Walter. I'm building out, technically not this project, but Masijo, if you remember that one. That is a project I'm building to dog food Walter, to make sure I'm building the right abstractions, etc. Walter is the thing I would happily apply to Y Combinator with. Now, Autumn is the thing that has gone through Y Combinator recently. I still think I have a niche or I have like an angle to the same thing Autumn's trying to solve that I still think it's worth applying to Y Combinator. Like, look at it. Y Combinator funded Cursor. They also funded Pair. Y Combinator doesn't give a shit about funding a company that's competing with a company they already funded. Because if either one wins, they win. Because one of those two things winning is better than the 1 out of 10 of a general like AI or of a general business, you know? They bank on 1 out of 10 businesses making them their nut. And when you recognize the value of something like Cursor or Pair, if either one of them wins, they win because it's a better, you know, like statistically, it's a better bet than some random unproven business. I think it's funny when people think like, oh my God, Y Combinator's totally funding a thing that they've already funded. What the fuck are they doing? Like, no, they understand fucking statistics. And there's a lot of value to that. Hold on, let me chime in one thing here real quick for work. All right, so so Sonic, what would be the value of Walter getting Y Combinator investment? Having a buffer and not having to fund out of my own pocket is massive. Now, when we say Y Combinator, I think any VC or any angel investment would make Walter better. But Walter is built in a way that it needs funding to cover the buffer of a squeaky wheel user, right? Like maybe a free user or at least like a low tier user that consumes way more of cloud infrastructure than any other user. To do that out of my own pocket is insane. That'd be a bad idea. In general, I could fund a good free tier with with VC, right? Not just YC, but with venture capital or any other funding, I could fund a good free tier. Otherwise, I can't afford a free tier. I could do a trial maybe. But yeah, like I couldn't afford to pay for a massive amount of free tier users. Not out of my own pocket. That's just bad business. So that makes sense, Sonic? So yeah, everyone over on YouTube, on Twitch here, Sonic made a basic question. What do I think is the value of Y Combinator? Just get funding and pay myself. It's not just about paying myself, right? Like if I were going to take Y Combinator funding, I'd pay myself like $120K a year, which is basically peanuts. Like I've been worth more than $120K a year for easily 8 years. So I'd be taking a pay cut to launch a VC funded business. But I think it would be worth it, especially if I have some other irons in the fire. I have a set of target markets that I think are applicable there, Sonic. Beyond that, I haven't noodled on the exact like funded versus non-funded marketing strategy. I need to work on that, but we just haven't been thinking about Walter for a while now. I do think we need to. But I think Masijo is something I could launch and start making at least, you know, it could be a couple $100 a month business, and that still proves out the idea. Whereas Walter, I think, doesn't become valuable until, you know, it's like a multi-million-dollar per year company. Walter is definitely more ambitious. At the end of the day, if Walter is just a thing I build to make building my own things easier, I've solved a problem. I've solved a major problem. For everyone here jumping in who doesn't know about Walter, it is basically like balance as a service, right? You spend whatever per month and you get credits, and those credits reset when like the billing resets, and you deduct your usage from those credits. It's how every single fucking chat tool like T3 chat, like all these things work. Now, can we recognize that Theo is a good enough dev that he can just build out his own credit management system anyway? When you consider maybe game devs, they are not back-end developers. They don't know the nuances of building out these systems, of making it fast and indexable and, you know, dealing with the uptime systems of it and all that shit. There's a major value to outsourcing that if you're a game dev. And I think game devs, like I chatted with someone, I think game devs are actually like my core target market at this point, right? You spend $20, you get whatever their shit coins are. You deduct from those shit coins to buy whatever cosmetic you care about. Boom. Like every single game that launches as a free tier, right? As like a free to play game, has that as a system. And that's big money. You expect me to have connections to angel investors? No, I have zero connections to angel investors. Nah, man, like being a software dev in the software dev industry, you don't, like, dude, you don't know angel investors. If I lived in San Francisco, maybe. But no, definitely not. Now, Sonic, being a software dev in the industry doesn't mean you have any connections to money, right? You're actually so far separated from the money that it's not something you even think about. Most software devs have zero concerns for budget, zero concerns for runway, operating expenses, etc. That's not something a rank and file software dev thinks about. You put yourself above the rest of software devs by thinking that way, though. Right? If you can think about the business and the concerns of the business when you're building things, you're way ahead of other devs. So I want to point that out, right? Be business minded. Think about the business. You don't always have to have it front of mind, but it's something you should consider for every feature you build. What is going to be the cost of building this feature? Not just how much it costs me in time, but how much it costs the company to operate. Some features aren't worth the cost. And if you can think that way, that is a way to get higher up. Sonic. Yeah, there is definitely value to building a community and having actual software devs as your community for building a thing that software devs will use. I will say, yeah, Theo and his T3 chat makes sense. I think the business case is actually way more important than the fact that he had a bunch of followers. I think Upload Thing is the business that succeeded because he had the followers. Sure, it's a great idea, but how do you actually let people know about it? He got hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of free marketing by just building it himself. Right? Like Upload Thing actually benefited the most from his platform. Not necessarily T3 chat. I think T3 chat also benefits, but he's put more work into making it better than other chatbots, better than other chat UIs. That in and of itself is actually the value. And also the $8 a month versus the $20 on other platforms. That's a huge win. I think he understands the economics of that $8 a month really well. But I think based upon his platform and all that stuff, nah, man. Sorry, Sonic. His platform is not marketed towards the normie chat UI user. But Upload Thing is absolutely marketed directly towards his audience. Maybe Sonic. I don't know. I think I can do other things. I don't have that big of a community. I'm sitting here struggling for 60 viewers. And I'm not hitting it right now. Whatever you would think Theo and other people would do, I'm not them. I'd like it that way, but, I've got a different vibe with the stream, and I'm kind of a jerk sometimes. because I stream too much. If I'm having a bad day, other streamers can just not stream. But I don't know. This is what I want to do. Even if I'm having a bad day, I want to work on my side projects. Absolutely Sonic. T3 has value. T3 chat has absolute value. For people here on Twitch, Sonic is saying T3 chat has value actually, but I still think there is a catch I'm not seeing. No, you're missing it. There is no catch because it's a numbers game. For every user that consumes the maximum of the $8 a month or whatever, there are other users that are consuming like $1 worth of tokens. And you make money on that margin. And how much of the percentage of your users are only collecting or only like using $1 worth, right? Now, that is a business that absolutely values and needs free users to then feel the value of the $8 versus the $20 on another platform. Because they're still not going to max out the tokens. Because, in general, the average user doesn't max out their usage, which is how you set up your billing tiers. Exactly, Surly. Yes, Surly. Sorry, so Sonic. Surly had a comment. Like gym memberships, some members cause wear and tear on the equipment greater than or at least equal to the amount they pay per month. But then the vast majority of other users don't use the equipment nearly often enough to offset what they pay per month. It shouldn't be Pillsbury. I set it up as an unexpired link. Yeah, try it from directly within Discord instead of the web app. It could be. I could be wrong, right? Just saying. So Lightspeed, what you're saying is you like S3 and cloud storage enough that upload thing doesn't make sense for you. I get that. I understand. But just recognize that the vast majority of software developers have never touched S3, have never dealt with pre-signed post or pre-signed URL. For them to put in the, let's call it 6 hours of work, right? For them to put in the 6 hours of work, it's probably worth it for them to just consume a free tier instead, because how much do you value your time? To really understand S3 and pre-signed post and pre-signed URL, we could easily call it 6 hours of work to do it the first time. The second time, way quicker. Third time, quicker than that. What upload thing is banking on is people's desire to not put in the initial investment, which is massive. Dude, are you kidding me? Nobody wants to put in that work. Nobody wants to put in work. Duh. The majority of Next.js developers are glorified vibe coders. Marketing a product to them is big business. Hence Vercel. And I'm not saying it's bad to be a glorified vibe coder. Build shit, man. Yeah, just build shit. Figure out what you need when you need it. So, Pavonis, it took you a week, right? And that's the value of upload thing. It would have taken you way less time to just do the upload thing. The upload thing. Right? That's why it's a good business. If you just want to launch, you don't want to put a week into learning pre-signed URL. Sonic, why not use Cloudinary? Because Cloudinary has worse marketing, right? Very similar to what I was talking about when we pointed out that there was another company doing the notify me when a URL changes thing. There is already a proven market. All you need is to get a slice of that total addressable market and eventually grow that slice. Cloudinary is not taking every single user that would benefit from an upload thing perspective, right? How much of the market do you think Cloudinary has? The total addressable market for Cloudinary is massive, which is why the company is a thing, right? Why they've got funding, etc. Do you think they have 100% of the market? No. So whatever part of that market they don't have, you can carve out for yourself. This is how, like, again, I'm not an expert. This is what I understand, so I could be totally wrong on all this shit. Let me just preface all this. I'm ranting about my understanding, not necessarily the facts of these things. My understanding is that the total addressable market for these things is huge. And no company has 100% of that total addressable market. It doesn't exist. There's very few companies that have all of the total addressable market. So at that point, starting a business is to try and carve out your slice of that total addressable market, the TAM. And that's the value, right? That's why Y Combinator will happily fund multiple businesses that hit the same total addressable market because their marketing will hit other people. Right? Human beings are flighty. One person being burned by Cursor is just another potential customer for Pair. And Y Combinator can absorb all of that by investing in both. In a way that they've recognized that there's value. Oh, I don't know what Cursor did. Pillsbury. I really do like your name. That's a solid name. No, Cursor didn't do anything. I'm just saying that there are some people that dislike companies for, reasons that are not justifiable, but they justify it to themselves. Right? All I'm saying is that statistically, there are people that hate Cursor, but still want an AI-powered editor. It's a thing, right? Statistically, it's a non-zero chance, right? So at that point, Y Combinator can eat up that non-zero chance. Yeah, hate in many cases is not rational. In general, hate is irrational, right? Rational hate is the smallest part of hate. Like, from like a general hate perspective. Rational hate is the smallest part of hate. When you recognize that, dude, there are brands that people just refuse to use. Like, Jack Daniels might be a fantastic whiskey. I just can't drink it anymore, okay? I can't do it. They might change their recipe or whatever. I can't do it. There's something like in my head that makes Jack Daniels taste worse, even if it tastes better, When you recognize that there is like brand loyalty and brand anti-loyalty, different from disloyalty, there is room for all these businesses to exist. right? When we think about it, like, oh my god, I was building a project and I finally found like another competitor. Well, shit, I might as well stop building it. You're fucking up because that competitor doesn't have 100% of the market. Like, just because someone made a thing doesn't mean you can't make a thing. Could you imagine if New Balance was like, nah, I'm not going to make shoes because Nike's already got shoes? Nah, we're good. That'd be insane. That's literally fucking insane. There is room for competitors. If anything, big shoe companies or big companies in a target market prove the idea, which then creates room for other products. Right? By proving an industry, you've proven that other companies can totally like exist. Shoes, terrible business. Why would I launch Nike? Other shoes exist already, right? That like, if the creator of Nike had thought that, they wouldn't have the biggest shoe company in the world, you know? Like, that's insane. It's like literally insane. But we see it all the time in tech. Oh, I was building my product, but then I saw that there's a competitor that already does it and they make more money, so like, why should I do it? So whatever. Not necessarily potential hate, but just people that, due to various marketing concerns, don't know about Cursor, but somehow heard about Pear. That's a customer that you can just grab. And if you solve that customer's problem, they're not going to look elsewhere. Right? There's a slice of the market that isn't hating on Cursor, right? But that just hasn't heard of it somehow, or, you know, they found Pear first and they like Pear. They like the underdog, you know? There's all sorts of reasons people pick smaller businesses. Everybody loves an underdog, you know? Everyone wants to feel special by picking the thing that isn't the famous one. You can bank on that. You can make money off that. Yeah, dude, we all love an underdog, right? That's the funny thing. It's the popular opinion to like the underdog, actually. Unless it's like something you already liked. You know, like think about sports. If you're not already a fan of the team that's like the favored team in, you know, the Super Bowl, you're rooting for the underdog, like by proxy. Just in general. If it's not the team you like the team that's not them. Yeah, being the underdog is big business. And eventually you might not be the underdog anymore. Like Datadog at one point was the underdog compared to New Relic. You know that, right? Like, dude, it's fucking crazy. And now, dude, Datadog doesn't even think about New Relic. It's not even customers they give a shit about. Like, yeah, if you're on New Relic and you like it, stay there. We don't care. It's fine. Enjoy. You'll come crawling eventually. Right? Those businesses exist. Where you're the underdog for years and then all of a sudden you're the overdog. You don't even know New Relic? Really? Dude, New Relic is like the OG of observability. Like the fucking, like, dude, they're like the old school. And yeah, right? You don't even know them? That's crazy. Now, maybe you're joking and you work there. Wink. I get it. Totally. No big deal. Mentioned by MC Frontalot? Hold on, MC Frontalot. He's like the software dev rapper, I guess, right? But like he hasn't made anything for 20 years, right? Like, when was the latest MC Frontalot album? Yeah, the nerdcore shit. So yeah, like, he made music back when New Relic was a thing. You should probably switch it up to Datadog if he makes a new album. Yeah, exactly. Wasn't recently. MC Hawking? Wait, was that a thing? Is that an artist? I remember MC Frontalot because they did like the Boba Fett rap. Last studio album 2019. Well, yeah, this is proving my point. There's a lot of room for like the nerdcore rap scene. Someone else has totally like absorbed MC Frontalot's fucking total addressable market, right? There's also Optimus Rhyme. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. That dude totally absorbed MC Frontalot's total addressable market, right? I don't know for sure. I'm bullshitting. I don't listen to any of that, but why not? Honestly, when it comes to like nerd rap, MF Doom absorbed what I think was MC Frontalot's fucking total addressable market. Rest in peace, MF Doom. Wait, really, Pillsbury? Yeah, I've never heard of MC Hawking. That's funny. That's nice. All right, so what we want to do, real quick, before we go too far. Oh my god, I didn't mean to click that. Right, it's like this dude's smoking weed or something, but no, we can totally do this. I think our first step is to allow editing. So what that means is we need to extrapolate our create form into an edit form. So let's start doing that, but hold on, I do have to go pee. I broke the seal. You wish you could attend what, like, render? Dude, Pillsbury, like, they only allow one talk. You should definitely propose a talk for next year. Why not? Costs you nothing. Honestly, I'm having a bit of FOMO. I wish I had gone to render. But I didn't get accepted for my talk, and I can't justify paying out of pocket at the moment. Like, I got other shit I want to do with my money. So yeah, there are a bunch of conferences I just couldn't justify going to out of pocket. Maybe next year, right? If I don't get accepted, maybe I can still get Kraken to like do a booth or something. And if we do a booth, well then maybe our talk gets accepted because that's kind of how that works. If I had really been on top of it, I bet I could have convinced the company to pay for my ticket to render and just hanging out. Just for the fact of like sprinkling stickers and, being there. That's tougher. That's a harder sell. And also, it risks like burning a bridge with the conference organizers because, you know, you didn't pay them for a booth. Like, depending on how big you go. But yeah, hold on. So let me go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. BRB. 1 second. Ooh, okay, that was a good pee. All right, so I'm back. But yeah, let's keep building stuff because I don't have a reason to stop at the moment. No gaming tonight. I will be going to an event on Thursday, so I kind of want to go later today because I gotta end. I don't know, around like 6:30 on Thursday. But yes, how is everyone doing today? What y'all up to? Anything fun? Come on, shout it out. And yeah, what we want to do is we got like this new page and we got this form. You just found out why you weren't getting traces, but only logging. Ooh, okay, yeah, Tommy. I feel like I've had that same issue. Was it because of the size of the batch? Because I ran into that in Grafana, right? I was batching too much stuff, and it was like too big for the payload that they accept in Grafana. So instead, I just had to send like smaller requests, like per thing, because they can handle the load. But it's just funny to me that like the batching was a problem. Oh, you only had the logger registered and not the tracer. That makes sense. I get it. You did a bunch of hotel stuff last weekend trying to figure out how to hack it into Bun. Like Bun on the server? Or like I assume Bun on the server, but yeah, interesting. Like I'd be curious why Bun is not already exposing like a bunch of that like as hotel events anyway. Yeah, LG, like it should be as simple as you pass some stuff into Bun via some config and they just automatically start reporting it. Like, do they not do that? Because, dude, Next.js does. Oh, Mitchy Mitch, that sounds miserable. Oof. Yeah. Next.js Hotel has to do a bunch of bullshit, but like a bunch of the bullshit is actually related to operating within their environment as well as like a few other environments. But in general, like Next.js is instrumented in a way that if you configure a provider, they actually like have an event system that you just plug into. And if you want to do like your own reporting on top of that, it's still basically the same wiring, but you do some other stuff. Uh, I'm really curious that Bun doesn't do like the fact that Bun doesn't have an OTel integration is insane. Yeah, no, like like Bun would have to ship their own integration basically because they're like, dude, it's JavaScript core versus V8, right? Like the official OTel integrations require V8 basically to like patch shit, you know? Technically monkey patch shit, but yeah, very interesting. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's a big thing that Bun needs out of the box. Like, nah, that's something they need to ship. I think a big problem with that is just that Bun is not necessarily concerned with that stuff yet. They should be, but until Bun starts building their own like hosting provider, it's just not a concern for them. But yes, like a Bun cloud. The moment they start pursuing a Bun cloud, you're going to have all sorts of hotel shit. Dino just added official tracing out of the box. Yeah, makes sense. No, and I totally get it, LG. Like, yeah, you're not wrong. I think you're totally right. I just I'm curious when's the point where investors in Bun are going to want to see a return on that investment? Because there's no way it's getting any return right now. So how soon before they need to prioritize like a Bun cloud? The moment they have to prioritize a Bun cloud, you're going to see a bunch of this shit just get solved. Yeah, they ship with Redis and Postgres and all sorts of shit. Yeah, I get that. I understand it. But no, they're still not solving like the cloud experience, right? And they may be working on it. I actually sent a message to Jared on Twitter like a couple years ago. Like, hey man, if you guys are planning on building out a Bun cloud, I would love to be a part of it. I'm a front end developer by trade and I could totally do this. Like, yes, let's build a cloud. Let's make it happen. But he just pointed out that they weren't there at the time. And he even, like, he responded directly to me. They're hiring a DevRel? Yeah, I could see it. I could do it. I could figure that out. We can make it happen. Depends on how much they're paying, and I believe Bun wants you to live in San Francisco. So, at the current moment, that's a no-go for me. You found so many WebSocket bugs with Bun. Yeah, no, I get it. Like, I still think Bun is very early stage with a lot of stuff. But they're actually hiring a DevRel? For 200K in equity, I could move to San Fran. I would not do it for that. Exactly, LG. Yeah, right? Exactly, right? I could make a trip to Tahoe and be fine. It'd be even better if I could move to Tahoe and live there and then just go into the office like once every couple weeks. I could do that drive too. These are things I've considered massively. Head of propaganda. That's a good title. Now, I like where I'm at currently, and I think I still need at least 2 years in my current role for any other company to consider me. I'm currently in the 150 to 200K range, so I would need a bump for any of that shit. Like, I'm already in this range, but yeah, if we're talking like that top end, I don't think Get Kraken will ever pay me that top end. This would be cash and then equity on top. I would require that much cash and then equity on top still. Because, dude, do you really think Bun is a legitimate business where your equity means anything? Come on, no. In general, treat equity as zero. It's just a bonus. If your salary is not enough, the equity isn't going to make up for it. In general, statistically speaking. That would be my nightmare there, LG, because I'm pretty sure I could never get hired at Vercel. Ooh, there you go, Ethan. 900,000 channel points. Yeah, we were just talking about, like, we got channel point millionaires here in chat, for sure. Chaotic is one of them. He's at 1.4. Pretty sure Jason Share is probably at, like, 2 at this point. Yeah, that's even crazier, because, Ethan, I'm pretty sure you've been following longer than Chaotic. I'm almost positive of that one. I'm pretty sure Chaotic was a 2023. You've been following longer than Chaotic. LG, no, I totally get it. I do think Vercel has major value in making ephemeral builds per branch super fucking easy. Like, oh my god, it's so easy. Now, keep in mind that GitHub has their own action, right? If I could type. Branch deploy, that's the one. That's exactly what I was looking for. Fuck yeah. I'm going to star it just so it's there. Right? The fact that GitHub has published their own like action that does basically the Vercel thing, you still got to put in enough work to make it happen. But yeah, no. GitHub has their own basically like Vercel CI/CD action that solves like the branch deploy bullshit, which is really fucking powerful. Like really cool, actually. But yeah, like, you know, I've been critical enough of Next.js and Vercel in the past that there's basically no chance I'd be hired. I'd have to have the people I know that work there really reach out on my behalf, and even then, I'd feel bad because they'd be souring their own name by doing so. I don't have anything against the company. I've been so vocal in the past that I don't know, man. That'd be tougher. Netlify is fantastic. I really like Netlify. And dude, the CEO is such a legitimate dude. Yeah. I went to the Netlify offices in San Fran. Super good dude, super cool, like thing, like the hangout at GitHub Universe. Like, man, yeah, dude. I'm a big fan of Netlify, for sure. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not against it. I don't hate the company. I just think there are certain things that I could do better, and there are certain problems I have with Next.js in general that I don't use Next.js for anything other than this current project where I need one form action. In the past, I've just outsourced that form action to a company like Netlify. For this one, I decided to see it through. But you know what? I could make these API endpoint things happen elsewhere. No problem. And this could just be, you know, a single page application. Because I don't see the value of server-side rendering for everything. I don't. It's not what you need. Yeah, I believe Vercel has pushed server-side rendering for their own benefit in a way that has actually soured people on them. But they have to keep pushing it because that's their bread and butter. That's their moneymaker, you know? Yeah, I get that, Sir Elfman. And really, if you had used a framework like Remix, that problem would have been solved. Or if you'd used a single page application where your assets just didn't load, if your connection was that shitty, it would have been like totally fine too. Now, so Jonestown, I don't think Svelte and SvelteKit and any of those things actually solve that problem. Because this is fundamentally like an SSR versus SSG versus SPA problem, right? SSG and SPA, same thing. No, and I get it 100%, Elfman. I 100% get it. I'm just pointing out that I don't think, yeah, like at Jonestown, right? The server-side rendering problem will maybe create a button that you should be able to click and resolve, but a bad Next.js developer will fuck it up, and that button won't actually be clickable until all of your assets load. Whereas a single page application, you wouldn't see that button until everything loaded. At which point, then you're just clicking a button that just does the fetch round trip, you know? So there are definitely cases where a bad Next.js developer creates a worse experience than what a single page application would have been anyway. And it's the same type of dev that would use Next.js for their fucking docs or things like that. You know, we've seen it 1,000 times. Render ATL does not need to be a Next.js application. Right? There's no fucking reason that Render ATL needs to be a Next.js application. At all. Whatsoever. Zero. Absolutely none. But we can see this error page and know that it's Next.js, right? There's absolutely zero reason for Render ATL to be a Next.js app. That's my biggest problem with Next.js. People shoehorn it into situations where it's not fucking necessary. I think Next.js solves really good problems, but Vercel, as a business, has convinced you that all of those problems are Next.js problems. No, they're not. They're totally not. But it's a marketing thing, right? Their marketing engine is stronger than their framework. And it's okay. It's fine. It's not a big deal, right? There's major value to using and understanding these tools, right? I'm using it for a reason. I needed API routes, and I didn't want to set up some other thing, you know? Yeah, dude. Yeah, Next.js. For this app I'm building, dude, fucking Next.js. Let's just do it. But there are enough people out there in the world that don't know better, that don't know when Next.js isn't the right solve. Like Cal.com. You guys know Cal.com, right? They're fucking awesome. They're way better than fucking Calendly. Ugh. Fuck Calendly. Cal.com's amazing. But dude, a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, their back end, their entire REST API was a Next.js app. Gross. Ugh. Fucking gross. It could have just been a REST API with whatever REST API you want to build. Like, dude. And now they're properly on Nest.js, which is the right way to build a JavaScript-driven backend, right? Use a proper REST API framework, not Next. Next is not your canonical REST API. Next is good for wrapping that canonical REST API into some backend for front end shit, and then the front end that renders that. That is the absolute number one value of Next, right? Build a backend for front end that wraps some, like 3 or 4 API call bullshit into one request that you bubble up to the front end. And your front end is simpler because of it. So it's easier to maintain and all that shit. I think there are a lot of people that just don't recognize the boundaries of these things. And it's fine because, you got to put in a lot of work to recognize those boundaries. You got to build a bunch of shit the wrong way to recognize those boundaries. The only way we learn is by making mistakes. Not the only way, but the majority of the way we learn is by making mistakes. Someone could tell you the stove is hot 1,000 times. You know the best way you're going to remember that? by burning yourself on the stove. That's how human beings just work fundamentally. Our memories are based mostly on trauma. And the nice parts, we're lucky if we remember that. You will absolutely remember the worst thing that you ever dealt with. It's rare you'll remember like the good things. That's just how human brains work. That's how people work. My dad has said this for years, and, you know, yeah, I value it. But in general, like, the only reason he knows anything is because he's fucked up so many times that he's made all the mistakes necessary to become good at what he does. You learn more from a mistake than you do from success. And I think that's really important to recognize. Exactly, DeGrinchy. Exactly, like, yeah, everyone, right? You learn more from mistakes than you do from success. That's just inherently a thing. There's like more like lessons to learn from failing than there is from winning, right? There's a reason why there's such a thing as survivor bias. Yeah, you did these things to win. That doesn't mean that you did the opposites to fail. So the steps you took to win, we don't know that all those steps are necessary because you didn't take those same steps towards failure to find out the one step that made you win, right? So yeah, in general, I think that's where like indie hackers actually have like a benefit. They've done so many things wrong that eventually they win. Because it's about figuring out the stuff you did wrong and taking that towards the next thing. I know, I talk shit on indie hackers every once in a while too, right? I'm not saying all indie hackers are bad. I'm saying there are too many fucking charlatans versus the people that actually know better, right? For every one Levels.io, there's 10 fucking Mark Luvions. Levels.io fucking knows. That dude's smart as shit. He has failed so many times. Mark Luvion, his biggest success is selling other people on the idea of success, not actually being successful. Right? For every one person that listens to Levels, there are 10 that are listening to Mark Luvion and fucking failing because that dude's a charlatan. He's just selling people on the idea of success. He's just selling people a framework for success. Like, none of the shit he's done is actually successful. Don't listen to Mark Luvion. That dude fucking sucks. There you go. Yeah, Jonestown. Exactly, dude. Yeah, dude. Mark Luvion fucking sucks. Do not listen to anything that dude says. Levels? Yes. Levels knows. Because he will show you all the projects he made that failed before he actually made money. Yeah, Mark Lu. Exactly, Sonic. Yeah, the ShipFast guy. He's a fucking charlatan. His most successful project is ShipFast. Not actually a project he sold. Not actually a project he's built. That dude's a fucking charlatan. But if I say this on social media, I'll get fucking roasted by his fanboys. The people that he's sold the idea of success, not actually being successful. So, hold on. Kiru, you're actually a Vue.js junior dev. You worked for Spring Boot backend. Can you stick with it? There's a lot of voice behind the Next.js, Nuxt.js, blah, blah, blah. Can I please suggest what is best? So, hold on. Kiru, if you want to be a full-stack developer, learn how to build a proper REST API. Most Next.js and Nuxt.js apps do not have a proper REST API. And also, like, the REST API is not built into those things. And also, anyone building a proper REST API on those things is fucking up. Like, massively fucking up. Because Next.js and Nuxt.js are good at the back end for front end, but you still need a proper back end to aggregate for those things. So learn proper REST API development with whatever language you want. Nest.js, not Next, Nest is one way. Adonis is another if you want to keep using JavaScript. Yeah, exactly, Melanet. Exactly every single person out here. Like, dude, Mark Louvion is the fucking charlatan of charlatans. Don't listen to that asshole. He doesn't fucking know. He doesn't have a single properly successful business. Now, I don't either, but I'm not selling you a fucking course about making a successful business. Larobi, you're still missing it, though, and that's not what Kira was talking about. In general, Larobi, what Kira is talking about is, no, you should build out a proper REST API using a real REST API framework, not Next or Nuxt. Neither one is sufficient for building a proper REST API. If you understand that, you're on the way to success, because you can actually understand the difference of what these things do. Express, maybe. Express is like the baseline, but you got to reinvent a lot of wheels to do so. You're better off using a proper REST API framework, like Nest or Adonis, right? Express is, well, yeah, I have one tool, and then I got to reinvent every other tool on top of it to make a proper API. Express is good for proof of concept, small tools, etc., but not good for building a proper REST API. You're going to spend so much time rebuilding the wheel if you use Express as a base layer. All these other tools are using Express as a base layer already, so like just use them, right? Nest.js or Adonis in the JS ecosystem. I'm sure there's some others too. Hold on. What is it? Fast API? Is that another? Right? The one by a dude that used to stream here on Twitch, and I haven't seen him for a while. Alicia, also fine, right? There's a bunch of shit to use. Absolutely. But do not build a proper REST API with just Express or Next, right? Feathers, or what's the other one? Redwood. There's a bunch of proper frameworks to use. And Larobi. Yeah, we pointed out Honk earlier. Honk is fantastic, man. Yeah, Honk gives you Hono and a bunch of other shit just out of the box, right? Like, just build something with real stuff. Spring Boot's fine. Like, I don't give a shit. The back-end language you pick does not matter nearly as much unless you're looking for a job. And then look at the back-end languages that are hiring in your area. Could be C# and .NET. Could be Java and Spring Boot. Could be React and other bullshit. Like, you know, there's plenty of stuff, Kiru. Right? Spring Boot's just fine. Django and Python is just fine. Learn how to build a proper REST API using these frameworks that make it easier. I don't recommend building your own proper REST API from scratch until you've done it a few times and you know the shit you need. And then, well, yeah, you can solve those problems and build them yourself. But in general, if you have no experience building a REST API, use a framework that gives you the best building blocks. You might see me build out my own REST API using AWS Lambda and a bunch of other shit. Sure. But I only know how to build that because I've used other frameworks that taught me the shit that I needed already. Middleware, fucking authentication, like all that shit. Don't try and build that without using something that teaches you the fundamentals. Laravel, right? PHP, totally fine. Build an API with any fucking language you want. I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care. The moment you've built a proper REST API with a proper backend framework, then you are qualified to start building your own, using Express or whatever. But dude, don't do that without cutting your teeth on a real fucking framework. I just mentioned all of them, DeGrinchy, right? When you ask that question, like, what language are you looking for? And we can recommend frameworks. You are being overly confident, Lightspeed. If you haven't built one using a proper framework, you're probably missing a bunch of shit. That's up to you. I could be wrong. In general, you probably wasted a bunch of time building your own thing. A proper REST API in Go. What's the big one? No, so Martini isn't it. I know there's some others. No, not examples, sorry. I wanted framework. No, I know the standard library, but the standard library doesn't give you everything you need. Gin, I think Gin is maybe the big one. Echo is good too. Yeah. Right? If you want to rebuild everything from scratch in what makes a proper framework, then yes, you can just use the standard library, but you're wasting time doing so. Echo and Gin. I mean, Gorilla Mux, like, the thing is, Go has enough of a standard library that you can do most of these things, but you still got to do a bunch of shit. In general, I would recommend Gin or Echo. And yes, like, this says the same shit. Like, the fact that Go has so much more in the standard library means that you need less of a framework, but you still want a framework to solve the bullshit that you're going to have to do anyway. I believe Echo is built on top of Fiber. Am I wrong? I thought Echo was totally built on top of Fiber. I don't see it here in the description, but I thought it was. And hold on. Yeah, sorry. We'll allow that comment. DeGrinchy, you're still learning. So take it easy on you. No, that's fine. No, DeGrinchy, yeah, you made some good comments, man. Was I harsh? I don't think I was even a dick about it. I think we're good. Nah, I think you're good, man. I don't even think I was harsh. Like, you don't gotta ask for forgiveness. You didn't say anything wrong. I thought Echo was on top of Fiber, but yes, Go Fiber is at least like such a fundamental, like, architectural thing that you want to find like an API framework built on top of it. Because I believe Go Fiber is, yeah, it's like the Express of things, right? Yeah, but like technically Fiber operates in a fundamentally different way compared to other things. Yeah, Larobi, Go Gurus. Yeah, those are people that know how to build their own REST API already. Like, this is literally what I'm talking about, Larobi. If you don't know any better, you should not use .NET HT or like Net HTTP as like your raw layer. Nah, man, you're fucking up. How are you going to solve the ORM problem? How are you going to solve building an open API schema? These are all problems that you are then responsible for solving. right? The Go gurus already know how to solve those problems. If you don't know how to solve those problems, then use a fucking framework that solves those problems. That's the entire point. Like, could a person build a proper REST API on top of Express? Abso-fucking-lutely. Should they? No, man. Use something that solves those problems already. It could be a fun exercise, but exercises are not the right way to build an application, right? Exercises are a way to learn. You should not be learning with an application that you care about. There are two fundamental paths. Are you doing something to learn, or are you doing something to launch? You should not be mixing those two things whatsoever. If you're trying to ship, you should not be wasting time learning a bunch of bullshit. Right? Ship something first and then learn the bullshit. And you'll probably end up rewriting shit. That's how Cal.com worked. They had their entire back end using Next.js, and it sucked. Dude, it was the worst developer experience I've ever had. And I didn't even work on it full time. I just pulled it down for like a hackathon. I was consuming 8 gigs of RAM running their fucking bullshit 3 Next.js apps. Dude, it sucked. They had one for the marketing site, they had one for the application, and they had one for the back end. Because they were treating their back end as like something that should totally live inside of Next.js. No, fuck no. No. Bad idea. Dude, fuck that. But you know what? They were able to launch with, maybe the main CEO's guy's knowledge of just using Next. But, dude, it was the worst developer experience I've ever had. Yeah, there is so much more to launching an API than just accepting requests. And that's where the whole just use net HTTP, those assholes are just fundamentally wrong. Either they know better, or they're building a microservice that doesn't need that shit. Either way, you shouldn't listen to them. My biggest problem with Go is the community. Go as a language is fantastic, right? You can be really productive. The worst part of Go, the assholes that use it and think they know best. I've never heard read the fucking manual type statements more so than the Go community. And Kiru, yeah, stick with Spring Boot. Just build something, man. I would simply say, though, is that what people are hiring for in your area? Put in the research. What back-end jobs are hiring? What full-stack jobs are hiring? And look at the technology they're using for where you could go into the office as a junior. Because as a junior, you shouldn't be looking for a remote role first. Now, I think juniors need to go into the office. And I get it, Hamzard, right? But I just think they don't know how real dev happens. right? They're so far separated from it because they're fucking like Go creators. They're fucking like library, language, and framework creators. They're not actually application devs anymore. So they've lost the fucking perspective of what an application developer has to deal with. I get that didev, 100%. Yeah, Hamzard is probably saying the same thing. Rob Pike has probably not made a real application in decades. He's a language developer at this point. Don't listen to language developers about how to build an application. That's a bad idea. That's a really bad idea. Don't listen to library devs about how to build a fucking application. They haven't done it for years. I really like the dude that made Zod, right? I'm a huge fan. He's the nicest dude. He's so fucking cool. But I don't know, man. Like, when was the last application he shipped? Should you listen to what he says about building applications? No, he's just a really fucking good library developer. Listen to him about building libraries, not applications. But here's the thing, he doesn't put his foot in the ring for building applications because he doesn't do it these days. He's actually so self-conscious that he wouldn't do that. So you don't have to like disregard anything he says because he doesn't say things that he shouldn't. Didev. Skill in one realm doesn't mean you have skill in another realm. Let me put it this way. As a snowboarder, I have chatted with and hung out with devs or with snowboarders from all perspectives. But don't listen to a powder rider about how riding park jumps should go. Don't listen to a fucking jumper about how riding rails should go. Right? Like how jibbing should work and like knowledge you should glean from them for like doing a proper front board or whatever, right? Like don't listen to a jumper about rail tricks. Don't listen to a rail rider about jump tricks. Don't listen to either of them about powder shit. Right? You can be really skilled at snowboarding and shitty at one aspect of it. Do not listen to fucking Jeremy Jones about how to ride fucking rails and do a nose press. And I'm talking about like fucking powder Jeremy Jones. Like Rosignol Jeremy Jones. Don't listen to that fucking asshole about how to ride park. He doesn't fucking know. Just because he's really good at snowboarding doesn't mean he's really good at park. Right? A square is a rectangle, but a rectangle isn't necessarily a square. So that makes sense. I really hope that made sense. Right? Do not listen to people who are specialized in one thing about things that they are not specialized in. It's that simple. It's really easy, actually. Don't listen to an airplane pilot about how to fly a helicopter. Just because they both fly doesn't mean shit. When I said airplane developer, I meant airplane like pilot. Sorry. Do not listen to airplane pilots about how to fly a helicopter. There you go. Why would someone build an app framework if they didn't know how to build apps? That's the fucking question, but they do. Oh, Lightspeed, you sweet summer child, they do. That's the thing that's fucking insane to me. They fucking do. Because there is a big difference between building a framework and building an application. They have absolutely fundamental different, like, users that consume the thing. Right? Your users of a framework are software developers. Your users of an application are normies. Those two things do not overlap in general. Is this how we got RSC? A little bit. I think so. Yes. This is how we got RSC pushed to us for every single fucking use case. In general, don't listen to Facebook about how applications need to be made. Right? The server-side RSC bullshit they are doing for their own use case. They don't build a single-page application. I don't think they have a single-page application in their entire fucking stack. They're not solving the problems you need to solve. It's just that simple, man. I feel good about that tweet. I probably should have vetted it more. I probably should have, like, proofread it. Whatever. Shit. But no, in general, you wouldn't listen to a 747 pilot about how to fly a helicopter. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's a bad idea. It's a really bad idea. Live a little. Dude, that's what I'm doing with the whiskey. Shit, I'm already living. I just live on my own time. I still proofread tweets. Which is why I think I'm getting buried. Because I don't misspell stuff nearly enough. Wait, I already opened one what? One helicopter? One whiskey? Yeah, what's up, Mr. Pamper Carrot? Sorry I was, like, probably over the line last night. Oh, Daru. Yeah, dude. No, I've had whiskey since 4 p.m. today. We're at 8:30 p.m. today. So yeah, I've been sipping whiskey for like 4 hours or so. Whatever. It's what it is. But yeah, we're building an application. Let's continue to try and build this shit. We made so much progress today that, yeah, the people coming from Theo's stream, he didn't raid me. How dare he? I'm kidding. It's fine. It's whatever. Shit. No one clipped that. I don't actually mean it as like a how dare he. It was a joke. All right. There's at least, I want to say 10 people jumping in the chat after Theo finished. Welcome, everyone. We're good. I wish I was going to render ATL too. So, Vector Hacker, you're not wrong, but technically, GitHub solves the auth problem too, right? Authentication for like the OAuth part, and then authorization for like the permissions to edit a repo. So those two things are way more than just a file system, right? Yes, I plan on proposing a talk about this to all sorts of fucking conferences. Damn right. I think Git hosting as a database has a lot of value. I just need to release the library for it so other people can prove that value for me. Does it take care of accounting too? I mean, your Git history is the audit log. Absolutely. Whoever makes a commit and does a thing, yeah, totally, man. No, I get it, Melaneth, but that's not something you only get from GitHub as a file system, right? You need the rest of GitHub to do so. Doru, is GitHub okay with this? I mean, ask Homebrew. Yeah, that's the wrong Homebrew. Come on, man. Figure it out. It's Homebrew core. Formula. Let's look at D, because D's whatever, right? Homebrew. When you make a request to Homebrew, it runs through GitHub. Like, check it out. Look at that shit. Look at your fucking, shit, what's the tool? What's the tool to inspect HTTP requests from your, like, system? It's, shit, I'm spacing on the name. You know what I mean, right? Wireshark. That's the name, right? Just use Wireshark. Do a Homebrew request and see how it goes. It's fucking GitHub all the way down. How do you program like John Carmack? Drugs. I'm kidding. I don't know. That's up to you. Figure it out. All right, let me get more music going. Who did Theo raid, by the way? I'm curious about that one. Who'd he even raid? Did he finish up so early that he didn't raid anyone again? You're doing nav meshes for your assignment. Ooh, yeah, the underlying algorithm for nav meshes is A star, right? I don't want to say he forgets to raid. He doesn't raid on an occasional basis, more so than not. He didn't raid last week. I'm wondering if he raided this week. That's up to him. Like, dude, he can do whatever he wants with this own stream. Come on. So, nav mesh is a way to discretize the game space. So hold on. No. A star does not use nav mesh. Nav mesh could use A star. That is the other part. Right? No. Nav mesh is just simply the cost of moving from node to node, and you decide how big the nodes are. And then you default to a navigation algorithm, such as A-star or Dijkstra's or whatever, right? But a nav mesh uses an algorithm like A-star, not the other way around. A-star doesn't give a shit about nav mesh. Nav mesh cares about A-star. So maybe, all right, there you go, Vector Hacker. Maybe we're at cross paths, because instead, technically the nav mesh is the construction of the nodes, and then something else cares about the graph. But A-star doesn't give a shit about nav mesh. So something else in the middle calculates best pathing. I think that's a little like fuzzier though. In general, A-star doesn't give a fuck about how you pass it the graph though. And A-star doesn't dictate how something moves, so A-star is just a middle layer, right? It's just an input and output. So the better way to understand it is the graph is the middle layer between things. Because A-star doesn't give a shit about nav mesh. No. Nav mesh is simply the graph that you pass. Ooh, so path mesh versus nav mesh. I don't understand that one whatsoever. Touche. Good call. Grid cells, right? But like all these things, A-star doesn't give a shit about how you pass it the graph, right? So that's the part that I was like really trying to call out. Grids versus path mesh versus nav mesh. A-star doesn't give a shit. Hold on. All right. Touche. No, you're right. I feel like maybe I missed a comment here and there, but no, you're right. Touche. I think the biggest thing is like the part I'm pushing back on, right? AI or A-star can use nav mesh. No, A-star cannot use nav mesh because it's not a direct relation. That was the part I was pushing back on. A-star doesn't give a shit about nav mesh. It's just a thing passed to A-star. Right? The graph, it can use the graph, it can analyze the graph, but it's not using nav mesh. So that was the part where I was maybe getting hung up. No, A-star reads a graph. It doesn't care where the graph comes from. And that's the part I'm pushing back on. A-star consumes a graph. It doesn't give a shit how that graph is generated. It's not using nav mesh in any way whatsoever. Right? Think about like the layers between these things. If you need to make a presentation about it, I bet your teacher would push back too. We are saying the same thing, but again, like you said something that is technically incorrect. A-star does not use the nav mesh. A-star uses the graph that's passed to it from the nav mesh. But there's an intermediate of what nav mesh cares about. and the graph that it passes. Those two things are fundamentally different. And if you're trying to draw a diagram of these things, no, nav mesh is not directly related to A star. There's a middle layer, right? In practice, none of this shit matters. Academically, this shit matters. Yeah, DiDev. A star is just Dijkstra's algorithm with a heuristic. So you don't have to hit every single fucking node. That means that there are edge cases where the A star best path is actually not always the best path. In general, it is, though. You didn't say it can use NavMesh's graph. You said it can use NavMesh, and it doesn't. Yeah, you missed a word. I mean, your teacher would care about a missed word. About being technically correct. Technically, you missed a word. Those things matter. I agree. I missed some words too. I'm not trying to say I'm the fucking like end all be all expert, but vector, right? Don't try and pretend that you're 100% correct because you just missed a word. No. You missed that word that makes all the fucking difference. And your teacher would, I hopefully think, would recognize that. If you're writing an essay, that one missing word is the difference between an A and a B, right? I'm not saying literally one word away. I'm saying, structurally. Missing a word's important. You literally said A star uses NavMesh. It doesn't. It uses a graph. It doesn't care how the graph is generated. If you're working on homework or a presentation or whatever about this shit, that distinction is important. Yeah, no worries, unknown. Yeah, cheers. That's fine. I get it. Yeah, I was wrong too, in a bunch of ways. But I just wanted to point out that one distinction because if you're writing something for school, yeah, they are more specific than I give a shit about. If you hadn't framed it as a thing you got to do for school, dude, I would have bowed out ages ago. I'm just saying, for an essay, for a presentation, you got to be more specific, right? And I think you were, but you just left it out. And that's fine. But come on, if you're saying you're writing something academically, we're going to academically critique it. Right? Yeah, sure, fret. Yeah, but no, vector Like, they totally got it. Yeah, right? You should absolutely be more pedantic because your TAs will, right? For a master's level course, absolutely. Like, dude, 100%. Right? I was only calling it out because they framed it as a thing they're doing for school. And school cares about being absolutely correct, not generally correct. That's all. I was just trying to like call out the framing. That's it. We get it. We're fine. Let's fucking drink some more whiskey and hang out and make some bullshit. Yeah, if this were like a job thing, like, dude, I knew what you meant. We're good. I was simply just calling out the separation of concerns. And Vector Hacker. Dude, yeah, man. That's like the most value I bring. I'm just background noise while you're doing other shit. I get it. I totally get it, man. I totally get it. It's like I smoke weed or something. All right, so the thing we're actually building and doing right now, what we want to do is build out an edit page, and I'm thinking we want the edit page to actually be the create form, but separate. So yeah, you have to figure out how you're going to build and join all the triangles. That part's easy. With a framework. Yeah, no, you're right. I don't know how to do that without framework. And I wouldn't do that without a framework. So yeah, like, academically, good luck. I have no idea. I'd just use a framework. It's so much easier. Come on. But hold on. Who raided into here? Where did Theo raid? Did he not raid anybody? Come on, man. He can't do that 2 weeks in a row. He can do whatever he wants, technically. Sure, I get it. But dude. As the streamer, we have a responsibility to support smaller streamers. Streamers that don't raid people, that's kind of lame. Well, take it easy to Grinchy. Like, we could just ban you if you're gonna be lame. Yeah, no, it's lame. Like, dude, they could support other people, and it's really something they should do. The best streamers do, the worst don't. And the worst don't actually deserve loyalty at that point because, like, dude, they started small too. I remember watching the Primogen at 40 viewers. I remember when Theo was at like 100 because he was already like YouTube famous. There is a responsibility to support other people. It's really shitty to not do so. Didev, I mean, there are haters everywhere. If I were bigger, you'd hear some really bad shit about me, because I'm a fucking asshole. Notice how I'm not even qualifying that statement? No, I'm a fucking asshole. I do my thing, right? I stream, I do whatever. But I'm kind of an asshole, right? Didev, I feel like you know better than I do. I've been a jerk to you specifically more times than I should have, right? I'm only human. I have moments I regret and moments I don't. Vector hacker. So, unwanted allocations. Like, I don't know, man. Build a thing and then profile it. Don't worry about allocation before it's a problem. If it's on the hot path, then do stuff. Sure. If it's not on the hot path, who gives a shit? I think we all know devs that do front end shit that care way too much about performance when it doesn't fucking matter. I don't want to name them, but you know who I'm talking about, right? Allocations are only important when it matters. Solve those problems and don't solve the others. There you go. Now you're a fucking senior software dev. Optimizing scroll. Yeah, dude, that shit sucks. Dude, no fucking website was made better by scroll bullshit. Not a single website was ever actually made better by some scroll bullshit. No one gives a shit. Like, just show a thing. Make a video. Like, dude, don't listen to Apple. Apple has a captive audience. Do not listen to how Apple makes their fucking websites. They're fucking wrong. Apple has a captive, like a totally captive audience. They are wrong about user experience pretty much every single time. Ooh, Vector, it was back before 2018. And the entire Twitch front end was rewritten to React. Now, part of it was they did so for hiring because it's easier to hire React devs. There's no doubt in my mind about that. But also, Ember didn't have a GraphQL implementation, right, like Apollo at the time. There may still be Ember micro applications built into Twitch, but no, the majority of Twitch is React because of rewriting that architecture. One anecdote I remember from going to the Ember meetup was one of the Ember developers at that meetup of less than 10 people shouted out that they reduced 70 plus HTTP requests down to 2 on the homepage because of GraphQL. And Ember didn't have a library to do that. But also, hiring is a more important concern than training people on a framework they're not familiar with. Can you hire React devs and have them be productive within a day, that costs money. What devs could you hire and then train them up on Ember? How much money is that going to cost you for the training period? That was like 13 years ago? No, that didn't happen in 2012. No, that actually happened in like 2016, 17. Max. I remember the meetup in which an Ember dev presented this stuff to us at the Ember meetup. It was easily 2017. I mean, so technically, if the rewrite of Ember to React was 2017, then Ember was still relevant in 2017, right? Like, the majority of Ember was written in Ember. Sorry, the majority of Twitch was written in Ember as of some point in 2017. It really was. Yeah. It was like 2016, 2017 that they started the rewrite. Yeah, totally. 100%. I remember this talk. Ryan Florence didn't fucking jump away from Ember until like 2014, 2015 max. Right? Like, React didn't take the fucking main stage until like 2017. It was a thing, and like the core meetups happened, etc., right? But like, dude, nah, like the migration from Ember to other stuff, right? Like, yeah, 2017. Yeah, no worries. I remember a lot of this stuff because I went to the meetups. I remember exactly like the time frame, right? 2014. Ooh, yeah, Ember still had like 100 people at the meetup. 2016, oh, fucking dead. Like, dude, it was crazy. Anyone remember Angular JS? I mean, Angular still lives, and it's awesome. Angular JS sucked. But Angular, like 2.0, like 2016 and on? Absolutely. I remember that shit. Dude. Yeah, Ember got good because of the whole TypeScript thing. Like, we wouldn't have TypeScript as the main fucking language we deal with without Angular. Do you guys know that? Like, watch the fucking TypeScript documentary. If it was Facebook's choice, we'd be using Flow right now. If it was Facebook's choice, we'd be using Flow. And it would suck. Like, dude, it would suck. How was web dev before React and Angular? The Eagle is saying that over on YouTube. I remember doing Angular JS back in 2014. It was fine. Ember was actually really nice in the pre-React and Angular days. Ember was actually like the darling. It made application dev really nice. They just didn't adapt quick enough. That was it. Like, dude, Ember shot themselves in the foot. We would all be using Ember right fucking now if they figured out a way to rip out the Ember object. Like, sooner, you know? Do you guys not know that Ryan Florence and Michael Jackson from React Router, they wrote Ember Router? It was a huge fucking deal when those guys defected to React. Ember Router was originally written by Ryan Florence and Michael Jackson. Whatever happened to Ruby on Rails? People still make Ruby on Rails apps. Like, think about the biggest Ruby on Rails apps in the world. GitHub. Stripe. Like, dude, those are the biggest fucking applications in the world right now. And they still have Ruby on Rails at the core. Twitter used to be. Like, dude, nothing happened to Ruby on Rails. It's still there, right? Just listen to DHH. He'll fucking tell you how good Ruby on Rails still is. Don't listen to that asshole for anything, because he sucks. Right? He got his fucking Lambo and he's out. Yeah. DHH is a terrible fucking human being. But he's not wrong about at least a couple aspects of build an application that doesn't scale. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? If it needs to scale, that's a really nice problem to have. Yeah, build applications that don't scale. Who gives a shit? The time that it needs to actually scale, well, yeah, you should hopefully have enough revenue to scale it. If not, it's a bad business and you should give up. Hamzard, dude, no, you should find a better job. Nah, man. You'll never convince an employer to do anything. That's not how that works. You find a better job and enough people at your company find better jobs and the company figures out how to make shit work. Nah, man. Nah. Like, dude, find a better job. If you have the experience to find a better job, then just find a better job. Vector, I don't know that song, but all right, let us know, man. I'm in. I'm down. We're hanging out. We're chilling. It's like I smoke weed or something. No, we're good. Oh, I get it, Vector Hacker. We can look at the song. I don't know. Do we need the whole song? Could you just make a reference? Give us the title or something? All right, so Eagle over on YouTube has a comment. You have a friend that wants to become a dev. Do I think Render ATL is the right place to meet people that motivates him to start that? He's from Atlanta. Number one, tickets are sold out. So if he hasn't bought a ticket yet, he's not going to get one. Number two, I don't know, man. I think conferences are not the right move for early career devs, like at all, in any way. No, I don't think so. So yeah, the Eagle, I'm sorry, I don't know, but there are other meetups, other things that Render ATL is a part of that your friend should be looking into. Like, dude, Atlanta has meetups and things that Render ATL like partners with. Look into those things. Render ATL is really good, but dude, they made their nut. They sold every ticket. Like, nah, man. Nah. Your friend should not spend the amount that a Render ATL ticket costs for that shit. They can just go to like local meetups instead. And there are local meetups. There are things that Render ATL is fueling in like the ecosystem that happen for the rest of the fucking 11 months that Render is not happening during. Your friend should be going to meetups. Your friend should be going to other shit. But like, dude, paying for an Render ATL ticket? Nah, man. Don't do that out of your own fucking pocket. That's insane. That's literally insane. He absolutely needs to go to local meetups. Dude, local meetups are free. There's zero costs other than just like showing up and talking to people. I know, talking to people is expensive if you don't want to talk to people. I get it. Yeah, totally. Vector Hacker, you want to visit Atlanta next year for a conference Georgia Tech does for online master's students? It's your excuse to visit the world of Coca-Cola. Honestly, I went to Render ATL last year, and it was fantastic. It was super fucking fun. Like, it's a really good conference. I just want to point out, like, dude, as a junior, for anything, do not spend money on conferences. Come on, man. Like, no, dude. No. There is not a single fucking connection you're gonna glean from going to some fucking conference. Like, dude, just don't do it. Like, come on, man. Yes, there are companies that are hiring at these conferences. Do you think that you're some, like, step above the role that they already have listed? No, dude. Come on, man. No. Just no. If they're already hiring for a role, apply. And you're the same. Like, you're not going to get, like, boosted because you showed up to an event that they were at. Come on. That does not happen. The 1 out of the 1,000 that show up, maybe, has it happen, but, like, dude, are you a betting person? Do not bet on 1 in 1,000 odds. Do not bet on 1 in 1,000 odds without a possible 10,000 return. Yeah, Didev, no, that doesn't happen, right? Statistically, like, no, that's bullshit. Come on, man. I see the /S, and I appreciate it. Thank you. But, dude, there are so many people, like, misled. Do not go to Render ATL seeking a job. Dude, what the fuck? Come on, man. I think the majority of the audience there is actually doing so, and that's, dude, it's just fucked up. Do not go to any conference seeking a job. You're fucking up. Like, you're fucking up so bad. You could spend all that time actually building something. I will say, like, if you're already a dev, convince your company to pay for your ticket. Abso-fucking-lutely. Right? If you work for a company and there's a conference you want to go to, convince them to pay for your ticket and your flight and all that shit. Then major value, like, go and hang out with other devs. Go and talk to other devs. Like, there is so much value to be had from that. But dude, if you don't already have a job, you should not be paying for fucking conferences. I'm sorry. Like, no. No. Do not do it. You're fucking up. Like, I can't stress that enough. Do not go to a conference if you don't have a fucking job as a software dev. Like, if you want to pay for it out of pocket, that's up to you. You should convince your company to pay for it. That'd be way better. Like, way better. But, dude, do not pay for some bullshit to hang out with people. Like, no, you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna go hang out because, yeah, you bought a ticket, you bought your plane flight, you got your hotel room. You're gonna go say hi to maybe one or two other people in like the talks that you actually go and show up to. And then that's it, right? You're gonna make a connection with like 5 people. Is that worth $2,000? Fuck no. Hell no. Dude, come on, man. Nah, you're better than that. Do not go to a conference out of your own pocket for some bullshit about networking. Are you a person that doesn't network in general? Yeah, you're not going to network there either. Come on, man. Be better. Know this about yourself. You could spend that entire fucking budget building something. All right, so VRB. Oh, that's some whiskey. I need water. Let me go pour some more water, and I'll be right back. All right, so yeah, I'm back. I hope it's not true, but am I the biggest jerk in tech? Like, do I call too many people out for their bullshit? Do I call too much other shit out? Like, I don't know, man. I do feel bad about some of this, like, knowledge drop that I do. Like, I still think Render ATL is worth going to if you can get someone else to cover the bill. Don't pay for it out of your own pocket. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. I can't sit on my laurels of knowing that there are other bigger jerks in tech. I should be better, right? Doru, what you've seen since yesterday. I mean, dude, consider yesterday. Oh, I was a way bigger asshole. But you know what? Yeah, I think today is like averaging out yesterday, maybe. I don't think I was that bad. Shit, man. Like, I feel like I'd remember being that shitty yesterday. I don't think I was that shitty. I think we're good. I got opinions, and I think I'm consistent with my opinions, regardless of the amount of whiskey. If I'm not, I welcome people to let me know. Am I inconsistent with my criticisms? Yesterday was fucking fun, wasn't it? Dude, I had a blast. I enjoyed yesterday probably too much. But is yesterday me any different from today? And technically, well, yeah, I got the whiskey in me today too. So, tomato, tomato. Today is not Monday. So now my statements need to be evaluated as such. I think all my statements ring true of, like, regardless of when I say them. Am I wrong? Am I the asshole here? In general, the answer is yes. Whiskey time, whiskey time. All right, so let's figure this out. Right, we got shit in here. The edit command, we need to create like an edit page. Whether we actually do all the work for that edit page today, like we need to create that page that we navigate to, and then maybe we just call that good, and that's where we pick back up on Thursday. But let's make the edit page happen. Right, so we see the new form, like the new page here. We'll grab the div. Oh. Ah, shit. Some asshole hit Alt C on the wrong fucking page. God damn it. All right, hold on. There we go. There we go. shit. All right, hold on. I fucked that one up. All right, hold on, hold on. What up? Quad shot kung fu. All right, touche. Is that a reference to like a Jackie Chan film? No, that's not your first chat. All right. You've been following for like a month, so I get it. All right. Yeah, my bad. My bad. And you've chatted too. So yeah, my bad. My bad. A couple months. Sorry, like 3 months. No, no, no. Yeah, like quad shot kung fu, like it really does resonate to me like the early like flying daggers like Jackie Chan shit. You like coffee and martial arts? Yeah, I don't drink coffee here, so no, sorry, that was a terrible joke. I did some martial arts here on stream, so I think we're good. No, it's fine. No stress. Just doing things. Yeah, for sure. I remember watching whatever like flying daggers like Jackie Chan did back in the day. Maybe he wasn't even in it, but yeah, I remember watching like the flying daggers shit, and it was hilarious and fun. Dude, that ain't it. Dude, oh my god, that's way too modern. What's like the old version? Dude, what's like the fucking 80s version? Was was Jackie Chan not in this one? All right. So yeah, I don't know. There was House of Flying Daggers. There we go. All right, not to be confused with. I feel like I saw this back in like the early 90s and my older brother was like a big fan. He was not in House of Flying Daggers. Was there any fucking Daggers film he was in? Nah. Yeah, not this one. Dude, not this film. Come on, the older one. Dude, that one sucks. Fuck that shit. Mark Dacascos. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Capoeira. Like the Capoeira dude. Yeah, yeah, for sure. No, he's good. Yeah, I remember like doing like bad capoeira in like the sandbox ages ago. Yeah, I'm curious about that there quad shot. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like there was a Jackie Chan film, early career. that I'm forgetting. But I don't know, man. Whatever. Right? What's the Mark Dacascos film where he does like the capoeira to beat like the drug lord? It's basically that fucking the movie The Substitute. Only the strong. There you go. Yeah, no, that's totally it. Yeah, yeah, for sure. You knew the film. Yeah, it's basically The Substitute, but lower budget somehow. Yeah, I remember that movie. Shit. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know, man. Quad shot kung fu, you could just drink green tea and you're good, man. Just drink green tea and you're set, man. Was that Clippy? Oh, that was definitely Clippy. Clippy's the best. We definitely have a bunch of people jumping into stream from Theo stream. Did he not raid anyone? Come on, man. He's better than that. He's better than that. He should raid someone. If he didn't raid anyone, dude, that's not cool, man. I don't care if he raids me. Like, I get it. But, dude, did he not raid a single person? That's fucked up. He owes it to the community to raid someone when he's done. If he never raids me again, I get it. But dude, he's got to raid someone. No, I'm on the free tier. No, I don't pay for this shit. Come on. I think that's all I actually need. Big steamers. Hold on. No, I feel like I'm good. What did I do wrong? Right? Like, yeah, sometimes you go poop and you leave a big steamer. That's different from big streamer. Well, it's at least different from some big streamers. Some big streamers are no different from a big steamer. People will engage. Yeah, no. No. Oh, shit. You're right. Damn it. Hold on. I thought I actually fixed it. God damn it. Big steamers. I know, it's engagement. I don't want to get engagement that way. God damn it. I could have sworn I spelled it right. I'd rather make a post I like. I could have sworn I read it and it said the same thing I thought. All right, there we go. Right? Like, come on, man. I don't care if Theo raids me. He has to raid someone. Like, is he scared about losing his audience? Dude, that means he actually doesn't recognize that his content's that fucking good. Like, dude, it's like the shadiest fucking thing to like be scared about raiding another streamer. Right? Like, dude, it's so shitty. Big naturals. Yeah, no. All right. So, quad shot, you're joking in a way that you're trying to like skirt some like not safe for work bullshit. Come on, man. I get it. We get it. But dude, could you be cool? Could you just be cool? You could be way fucking cooler. Just be fucking cool, man. I get it. But like just be cool. You know? Yeah, I got the whiskey in me. I'm totally like easy to skirt something by, but come on, man. Be cool. I'd like to think, at the bare minimum, I smoke weed, I drink whiskey, I'm still fucking cool. I expect that same bare minimum from everyone here in chat. Just be cool. In general, here in chat, say stuff that you'd be willing to say in a work Slack. It's that easy. It's really fucking simple. Treat this like the Slack that you work in and be that cool. I get it. Thank you for understanding. I appreciate it. Just because I drink whiskey, we don't have to say I drink whiskey in work Slack. We can make statements that are who I am. Even though I got whiskey in my system, would I say that otherwise? I absolutely would. Right? It boils down to don't be an asshole. In general. Chat here like you would chat at work. And we got so much leeway at that point. You can make jokes, you can do all sorts of shit. Just don't be an asshole. Lightspeed. Only if you are a fucking jerk. Chat here like you would chat at work. If that's a problem for you, I don't want to talk to you. I'm like, dude, Lightspeed, figure that shit out, man. We've run into problems together already. Like, dude. Like, Lightspeed, if you're pushing back on that statement, I think we got a problem. Lightspeed, you know we've already had a problem with each other. Like, dude, why are you pushing the boundaries of that? That's a fucking problem, dude. What the fuck, Lightspeed? Lightspeed, you should feel the same stress chatting with me because I have judged you way further. Lightspeed, you have said way worse shit. Like, wait, like, dude. No, this is not a place to say your unhinged bullshit. Lightspeed, oh my god, man. You know I don't like it on the other channel. Why do you think this is a channel that would be okay with it? Dude, Lightspeed, you're fucking up, dude. Like, I have no idea how to phrase this any other way. You're fucking up. How bad is your personality that you can't be yourself in some of these channels? Think about that. Like, really question that. Why is your core personality something you can't share with other people? That's a fucking problem. But that's your problem, not ours. Dude, that's such a fucking problem, man. How do you not see that for what it is and you think you're in the right? I can drink whiskey upon whiskey upon whiskey and still be me. The fact that you have to guard your statements should be something you think about and question yourself about. That's a fucking problem, dude. I can drink so much whiskey and back up my statements about all sorts of shit. Let me just simply point out there are creators that maybe think like you. That's their fucking problem, though. Right? If they drink too much whiskey, would they have to guard what they say? Come on, man. Is that someone you should look up to? Nah, dude. Your whiskey self should be yourself. If those things don't align, You got a major fucking problem. Not a problem I have to deal with. A problem you have to deal with. Your whiskey self should be your absolute self. I'm a fucking asshole in my whiskey self. That means I'm a jerk. But the other aspects of me, I will defend till the cows come home. Right? Consider other people that make content. What is their whiskey self? Are they truly honest with their portrayal of themselves in the public eye? Or are they fucking bullshitting you? Are they fucking pulling the wool over your eyes? Just recognize that, man. You can't buy authenticity. Some people fucking suck. They just pretend to be better. Ah, humble. I appreciate that. Cheers. I'm curious about how it came up, but, you know, I'm ranting about another thing, and we don't need to dig too deep into the other thing. I get it. But just, you know, I'm ranting about being your authentic self. And it's crazy how few content creators are their authentic self in a way that people see it. That's a fucking problem, in my opinion. Right? The people that lie to your face because they think you don't know any better. Like, dude, just be authentic. It's so easy. I'm a fucking asshole. I'm authentically an asshole. Quad shot, you're not wrong, man. Dude, you're not wrong. People you interact with in real life are not their authentic selves in general. Recognize the people that are, even if you don't agree with them, they're the person worth interacting with. They might be a fucking jerk. At least they're a jerk to your face. Oh, interesting. It was a candidate that did so. All right. Yeah, I get it. Humble. Makes sense, man. I hope that wasn't like a negative thing on their part. Like I really hope they were good, but yeah, I get it. Quad shot. Yes, authenticity is extremely fucking rare. Authentic people are people that you can invest in because they are always what they say. If you think me saying I'm a fucking asshole means you shouldn't listen to me, well, okay, that's fine, man. But you know what? I'm a jerk. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. There are very few people you will get that out of. There's value to that. Am I saying hire me? Fuck no! Don't hire me only based upon that. Hire me if I solve a problem for you. Sure. Dude, but yeah, like, it's just insane. It's literally insane how much liars perpetuate the industry. The bullshit artists are really good at selling bullshit. And that doesn't mean they're good at actually solving problems. Anyway, yeah, no, you know what? I got the whiskey. We're hanging out. I'm ranting about a thing. I do want to go eat a sandwich and play some games and wake up at a reasonable hour and do a bunch of work tomorrow. I'm not going to do work tonight because, come on, man. I'm already at 10 p.m. Nah, I'm not doing like major work tonight. Tomorrow, I'll wake up, I'll put in some work. I'll put in like a dozen hours worth of work because of how that works, you know. You're going to work overnight? You shouldn't. Don't do it. Nah, man. Get some sleep. Be more productive tomorrow. That is the value, right? Like, dude, you can't brute force problem solving. You can't do it. I'm sorry. Like, doesn't exist. You slept a couple days ago. No big deal. I know that's not what you said, but come on, man. Yeah, I slept a couple days ago. I don't need sleep today. Dude, come on. Get some sleep. You deserve it. Come on, man. All right, so yeah, we're at 10 p.m. We've gotten some work done. I do need to get the edit screen going. If I click this button, yeah, we're on a page. Oh, that's the wrong thing, but we're on the, oh no, that didn't even like redirect to the right. Ah. All right, Nick Wan, Mr. Sir, how you doing? I was just about to raid someone else, man. Dude, Nick Wan, we end our streams at about the same fucking time. I know you're getting me back for raiding you when you were about to finish. I get it. I totally get it. Right? That's a little like tit for tat, poking at the other. I get it, but come on, man. No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Shit. It's like this dude smokes weed or something, and I haven't even smoked weed yet. Arya Adam goes live in 15 minutes. Like, so why didn't you, like, chill for that? No, I know I raided you yesterday, so you did that just because. I could go raid Arya Adam. I understand. It's fine. Are there other streams I should look for as well? Thank you for the raid, though. I appreciate you. What were you up to tonight? Like, on your stream? That was some... Like, I saw you had, like, the spike mask still, because I was lurking. Don't hold that against me. Yes, I totally fucking lurked your stream. You didn't raid me because of that, right? Like, nah, you didn't. You did some data viz stuff. All right. Oh, that's cool, man. All right, so I see a stream that I will happily like, you know, raid here soon. I think I follow them. Wait, is this... No, that's the fucking, like... Oh, Melaneth, you're over there already. Shit. Melaneth, are you still here? Are you, like, lurking both? Nah, we raided this dude. And we'll do it again. I don't mind. Like, just saying, he didn't seem that appreciative. Like, yeah, you know. We could just go find another stream that would actually, like, be thankful. No matter what, you gotta raid another stream, though. Come on, man. Come on, Theo. Theo, you know better. Just raid someone. I don't give a shit. Maybe they're a gaming streamer. Whatever, right? Just raid someone. Anyone. I don't give a shit, dude. Like, just raid someone. Nick Juan, you totally did. Thank you. Appreciate you. Just raid someone. So yeah, daily games, the thing you did. Yeah, like, dude. I feel like from a data science perspective, you should be running a bunch of like fantasy things in general. Encourage people to do fantasy football and analyze numbers and all that shit, dude. I know you're 6 months away from like giving up. That's fine. But dude, come on, man. You can't do the gamba against league rules? Dude, who gives a shit? Run your own fucking league, and who cares? Create a league, bring people in, and it's their own fucking thing, and then you're done. Problem solved, right? Who gives a shit about the other bullshit? Just run your own fucking league for any of this shit. Like, come on, man. It's so easy. Just bring in, I don't know, 10 to 12 of your closest fucking stream friends. You can do this. You got this. Like, come on, man. Maybe 8 and it's a shitty league. Just 8 people in a league? You got that. Come on, man. No, I get Major League Baseball, but you can do other fucking sports. And that's the biggest thing, Nick won. You might not care about other sports, but could you do data analysis for other sports? Because it's just fucking data? If you cared and you wanted to continue doing it, yes, you should. I get it. You're pushing back because you don't care enough. That's fine, man. I think you have a community in which you could promote other people to be the steward of those things. I know you do other sports, right? Do you do other sports publicly in a way that you want to maintain? And I do believe that, yeah, you're quitting, right? Oh, Nick Juan. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Could you simply be the steward of the league and you don't have any say? You don't have to buy in. And then would that be legal? Again, I have no idea. I'm just pointing out, like, yeah, you're right. You have other shit that you got to deal with. So you can't do baseball. Could you do football? Could you do hockey? Wait, really, Nick Juan? Well, hold on. Could you do other sports, though? Without any bullshit. I'm so curious about that. Could you do hockey? Could you do basketball? Yeah, I get it. Quad shot. Yeah, that's like tougher for sure. But Nick one, like, really, could you not do any other sport? Are you not allowed to talk about other sports? That's so weird to me. Dude, 1000%. Okay, yeah. All right, you just confirmed that you could do any other sport but baseball. You should. Dude, lawnmower racing, like all that shit. Oh, if it touches gambling. Well, don't do gambling. Just do your own fucking, like, fantasy football. You don't gamble? You don't talk about gambling? Oh my god. Mm. For anyone that doesn't know that look on my face, I just dislocated my shoulder, waving my arms about, and I yanked it back into the socket live here on stream. My shoulder just dislocated. Dude, it sucks. Oh my god. That just fucking happened. Yeah, if y'all don't know, right? We could take bets on when's the next time CM Griffing's gonna dislocate his shoulder. Dude, that fucking sucked. If y'all don't know, yeah, shoulder wise, like, I'm not even kidding. I just dislocated my shoulder by waving my arm in a way I shouldn't. And I grabbed it and I yanked it back into socket. That was a capoeira injury. No, that's a snowboarding injury. Dude, that was like too much snowboarding. Like, oh my god, dude. That was not a capoeira injury. Like, if I tried to do capoeira, I would dislocate this same exact way. No, I dislocated. The wrong way. Can I just point out, I'm lucky I had the whiskey in my system because dislocating my shoulder and throwing it back in, dude, it sucks so fucking much without whiskey. Oh, dude. Whiskey does dampen the pain. Absolutely. Yeah. Dude, I'm not even kidding. Like, The fact that I'm not like quivering, dude, fucking shoulder bullshit, man. Bruce Willis never dealt with his shoulder in the film. Lethal Weapon, his shoulder dislocated the other direction. So his shoulder dislocated forward, and he could ram it into the wall. My shoulder dislocates backwards. At which point I gotta grab it and yank it back in. Yeah, that was the Lethal Weapon reference, and you're not wrong. Like, no, dude, he just... Keep in mind, he never actually had that problem. He doesn't have a bad shoulder. The film dictated he did. That's a different thing. He has never had to jam his shoulder back into socket. I have. And I've done that like hundreds of times at this point. It sucks every single time. Here's the thing. If I start to feel like numbness at my fingertips, I need to go to the emergency room. Like, dude, yeah, I need to go to the OR. Or like the ER, whatever, right? Because my fingers going numb would mean that there are, like, nerves pinched. And a pinched nerve means you could lose your entire fucking arm. So yeah, my bad fucking cartilage, nah, I just yank it back in. We're good. If I start to lose feeling here, we got a bigger problem. Right? I get the tinglies. Nah, we're good. Dude. The tinglies. You can't fake. Dude, I have not dislocated my shoulder in over a year. That shit sucked. I have not dislocated my shoulder in over a year. I've done it at TwitchCon back in like 2022. Like, I've done it in gnarly ways, but dude, I have not dislocated my shoulder this way in over a year. That shit sucks. You got a neck thing. Mess up your arm and they get numb at times? Damn, Dr. or Mr. Pamper Carrot. Dr. Pamper Carrot. Nah, man. I would happily dislocate my shoulder again to let you sleep better. Like, dude, I can just put it back in. I can do this. I can just do that. So yeah, man, I'm sorry. Dude, that sucks. I dislocate putting a hoodie on. It's happened, right? I dislocate doing anything. So yeah, man. Like, nah, man. The fact I just put it right back in, woo, we're so good. I could yank on my shoulder all I want. I could fucking hang from it, right? Like, pull up wise, and I probably will here within a couple days. But man, dude, shoulders fucking suck, man. Yeah. Do what you gotta do. But we are at 10:12 p.m. I need food in my belly. Sandwich time? I think sandwich time. We go lurk and hang out on the gaming stream and do some shit. And we got more to do here with what we're doing on Thursday. Yes, I think we're like a day or two away from being done with the application, but today is not the day. We ranted, we raved, we did a lot. I'm actually really proud of the work we did. Some people are curious, like, oh my god, how'd you do the whole like render ATL like image? Like, dude, that part took 10 minutes. Like, we're done. Like, dude, the 10-minute like fetch a thing and do the thing, like, it wasn't literally 10 minutes, like half hour max. There's shit we can do that we knock out, man. If you're not that kind of dev that can knock that shit out, well, I mean, maybe you see us do it, and you should be able to do it. Oh, god damn it. All right, Black Site Valkyrie. Okay, touche. How you doing? I was like literally about to raid another stream, but you know what? Fuck it. Why not? We got things to do. We can do it. What were you up to there, Black Site Valkyrie? And let me just point out, like, I dislocated my shoulder 10 minutes ago, and it fucking sucked. Oh my god, it sucked. Oh, it was really bad. All right, so I should follow your stream because I don't know about your stream. What were you doing? CISA and reduce the agency's workforce by nearly 30%. Well, that sucks. All right, so Black Site Valkyrie, if you're out there, please let us know. Yeah, I dislocated my shoulder. I can drink whiskey. That part's fine. And I got a bong nearby if I need to like do the other part. But like what were you up to? Come on. Say hi. If not, no worries. Thank you for joining. I gave you a follow, I think. And we're just hanging out, doing our thing. How did I dislocate my shoulder the first time snowboarding? Yes, it was basically like I did a trick onto a rail, I caught, and there was like a moment where I had like this flash of consciousness of I throw my hand out, my arms out to catch the box that I caught on, or I eat the box to my face. And I totally just, yeah, I threw my arms out. Otherwise, these would be fake teeth. No, I don't have fake teeth. They're just yellow. But yeah, Black Site Valkyrie, come on, man. Like, say something. We're bullshitting. We're chatting. We're hanging out. At least someone from the raid say hi. At least someone from the raid say hi. Come on. I gave a follow. I'll happily raid. I appreciate you. Thank you. It's a really good name. Like, honestly, well done. That is solid. Yeah, good job on the name. Bueller. 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 Come on. Black Site Valkyrie. Are you like streaming right now? And I need to like look at your channel? Like, are you even still like streaming this channel? I don't know, man. Like, come on. You're still live. I get it. Okay. Touche. I get it. For everyone rating from Valkyrie's stream, we are building an application and a library to build out GitHub style applications, etc. The application we're building right now is a CFP tracker. If you're not familiar with what a CFP is, it's a call for proposals or a call for papers or other things. I think there is value to tracking talks that you might want to give towards other like conferences. But we're building a library towards building other like applications of treating GitHub or GitLab or Azure DevOps as the source of truth for the thing you're building. I do think I gave a follow, right? Yeah, I did, for sure. But yeah, if you're still going, all right, up to you. So yeah, the app we're building. Let's build out some of this BS. Right now, we've got the edit conference page, and I actually want to build out like a function for this. Right, and that component can be component. Hold on, it's conference component. Conference details component. Yeah, I think that's more obvious for sure. No, that's something you can do. Their light speed. Yeah, that's something like streamers can do. It's kind of shady, but whatever. It's a little shady. Like, come on. It's a little bit of like viewer fishing for sure. Like, come on. Valkyrie, you know you're better than that, right? Come on. No, Lightspeed. You can start a raid and be live and just not end your stream. Like, no, it's like so easy. No, you can just raid someone and not end your stream. Like, it's a little shady. It's kind of like people that do that. Not cool. A favorite snowboarder from the 2000s, Travis Barker. Yeah, no, he's him. And he would fucking hate me because I'm a weed smoker and he doesn't smoke weed. But yeah, Travis Barker. Nah, he's the dude. It's fine. Valkyrie's cool, but yeah, can we just recognize like quad shot? Yeah, they did that specifically to get a follow, right? There's nothing cool about it. Like they didn't chat here, they didn't say anything. Like dude, they were just fishing for some bullshit. If you want to do it, go for it. Yeah, it's pretty shady though. No, they didn't chat at all. Like, dude, they didn't say a damn thing, right? Yeah, they just rated to pull some fucking viewers, like in the shadiest fucking way possible. It's kind of gross. I actually feel bad about following at this point. It's about building a community, and they didn't even say hi. That's a fucking problem, dude. They didn't even fucking say hi. Like, dude, come on, man. So fucking shady. Yeah, I'll call it out at this point. Yeah, they might have left their stream going and by accident, but they didn't. Come on. No, they didn't. Like, dude, come on. They left their stream going after they raided. Nah, just fucking douchebag shit. Total fucking douchebag shit. People in general fucking suck. Streamers suck more. I hope you know that, right? Like, dude. Black Site Valkyrie. Like, what the fuck? Say hi. Be a human being about it. Don't just lurk and hope for the fucking follows or some shit. Like, come on. You know you suck, right? Gender neutrally, you fucking suck. I get it, quads. Yeah, think with your dick if you want, man, but no, they suck. They had every opportunity to say hi, and they didn't. And they kept streaming after the fact. Like, the amount of, like, conscious effort towards being a shitty person is really bad. Nah, man, they fucking suck. They could have been cool. They weren't, though. First time for you. Yeah, dude. It totally fucking happens. Like, dude, people suck. People fucking suck. Welcome to Twitch. Dude, people fucking suck. Especially that asshole. They could say anything to counteract the statements we're making, but they're not even here, man. They raided, and maybe they're even still streaming. Dude, that's the shittiest thing you could do. Yeah, dude. Shitty streamers abound. We gave them a chance. Now they fucking suck. So yeah, let me undo the follow. My bad. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. Fuck me, right? Fuck me, right? Dude, shitty people will be shitty people. You can't fucking fight that. Yeah. The fact that, like, again, you raid someone, you want to end. I get it. You don't keep streaming. Yeah. Fuck that asshole. Anyway, who do we go raid? Who's someone that actually deserves a raid? Ivers Majors. This dude's the man. And yeah, we know him from years of streaming. I can rant about people that suck every day of the week, but Ivers is cool every single day of the week. Sorry for the burps. All right, so yeah, I just dislocated my shoulder and shit happened. Whatever. Yeah, some other streamer tried to raid and sucked about it. Cool, no big deal. We can raid someone who's actually cool. We can raid someone who actually is cool. And that's Ivers Majors, for sure. Yoga? Dude, fuck off with yoga, man. Like, yeah, no, I sleep and I get my rest. Like, come on, man. Come on, quad shot. Just be a person. Let people do what they want. Don't push yoga. Yoga fire. Yoga flame. Like, come on, man. Be better. I don't give a shit if you do yoga. Don't make other people do yoga. Don't say other people should do yoga. Like, you're a bad yogi if you're saying other people should do yoga. Let them embrace their own fucking life, dude. You're a bad yogi if you're pushing yoga. Like, come on, quad shot. Be better. Be a fucking dude. Not some bullshit. Be a fucking dude. Be better, man. Not like that asshole that just rated us. Dalsim, damn right. Yoga fire, yoga flame. All right, so later, let's go say hi to Ivers. Later.